All right, it is time. Thank you all so much. We are going now into Xenosaga Episode 2. This is an any percent run, no menu glitch. I am Ashen Prime, your host, but our runner is fastatcc. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
Hey, Xenosaga 2, how about this, huh? RPG limit break?
Hell yeah.
I'm here for it.
So excited for this one. Ashen, thank you. I am fastatcc. I'm going to be running this game. We'll do a quick introduction, and then we'll get started here.
I'm ColonelFatso. I've played the game.
I'm bichphuongballz. I have not played the game. So.
All right. Yeah. We got all the bases covered here. So we're going to go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
All right. So excited to have this game in this marathon. Submitted it to the 2021. They got canceled, unfortunately, but they were kind enough to bring us back. And yeah, you're in for a treat. I really love this game. Really looking forward to showing it off. It is kind of the black sheep of the whole Xeno franchise, but man, I just think this game has one of the best iterations of turn-based combat I've ever seen. So looking forward to showing that off throughout the run. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, first off, we're basically starting off the story 14 years ago. Since we're the middle part of a trilogy, we're kind of getting some backstory that was really hinted at a lot in the first game, and we're going to get a little bit more information about that here. But this is a tutorial area. We're starting off with the mech. The game is going to be kind of divided between mech movement in combat and on foot. Mech's a little more simplistic. The on foot combat is really where it's at, but they're going to teach us some of the basics here in the mech first, kind of ease us into it.
Yeah, I guess the big concepts here are like just the fact that all your characters have a bunch of different attacks that you can use. Also, there's the event slot, which I guess mostly important for now is like boost. There's a slot in which you can get extra boost, and then you can use that boost to take extra turns.
So yeah, if you look in the bottom right corner of the screen, you see like a turn window that shows which characters are going to get turns. Where it says player and enemy, those are our boost gauges. So it's giving us a boost here, just to kind of teach us how the concept works. So if you use boost, your turn will forcibly become next. This existed in Xenosaga Episode 1 as well. It's a carryover there. The big difference they made in Episode 2 is they made it a shared boost gauge from your whole team. Right now we only have one character, but we'll have up to 3, and they will all contribute to a communal boost gauge that they can all use. The benefit there is that you're charging it up really quickly, and you have a lot of control over manipulating turn order. And we'll see that throughout the run. It's going to be a key component in beating some bosses that we're going to be otherwise very under leveled to try to beat. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Enemy hitboxes are huge in this game.
So they're Fasta activated a trap. Traps do provide bonuses within combat if you do take the combat, but they also freeze the enemy, so you can just get around it.
Yeah, most of our dodges will not be so lucky. They're kind of easing us into it here. We got a couple easy dodges. We can lure them and then freeze them. So now they're done with the next section. We're going to go on foot, and we're going to kind of continue to learn more about how the combat system works here. So,
please allow us through.
You want to kind of explain about stock, ColonelFatso?
Sure, yeah, I can talk about that. So instead of taking your normal turn, characters have the ability to stock. That's just in like accumulate additional attacks that you later. And
I think are we having some audio issues here?
yeah.
It's over.
It's over. So we're using boost and stock here to basically take a bunch of turns in a row there and put an enemy into a vulnerable state. So we learned about break zones and airing and downing an enemy there. The combat system, it basically works on a series of multipliers. So each enemy has a unique break zone. You can attack A, B, or C. And once you've broken them, they take bonus damage. Once they're in that broken state, they can no longer dodge your attacks. And you can also then put them into, we saw there, we launched them up in the air. They take even further damage up in the air. And that is a further multiplier to the damage. And then we're going to find other ways to multiply that damage even further in future combats.
Sometimes it is wiser to retreat.
So here they're going to refill our stock and our boost for free. They want to teach us about a technique called a double attack, which takes 2 stock from each character and requires you to boost, but you can do a very powerful attack. It's actually not super necessary for us to do that here, and it's usually faster to just use those turns to take multiple turns in a row like we're doing with Chaos here.
Yeah.
But we are going to see a double attack shortly after.
Yeah. Pay attention to the elemental multiplier that showed up there. That's going to be a huge through line in the entire run. One of the most important sources of additional damage there.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, the in-game tutorial, like this little, there's like 2 ways the game kind of tutorializes. There's this where you've seen a lot of dialogue boxes in combat. Hold on, let me focus on this dodge real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
Yeah, so they talk about, boost and stock, and there's a lot of different ways that you can manipulate. You have a lot of options in combat, put it that way. Fatso was describing the elemental chain, which is like a huge deal in terms of dealing damage. And as far as we're aware, they don't really tutorialize that within the game. And I think that has led some players to, a little bit of frustration where their combats end up taking 2, 3, 4 times as long as they need to. The manual does mention this. I am a avid manual reader. I got my start in the PS2 era where, whoops. Sorry, we're going to go on memory card 1 here. We're going to do some safety saves throughout the run. The real important thing here is the skill point route for the run is very tight. So we want to make sure that we get skill point kills from every boss. You want to talk about that a little bit, Fatso? We're going to get our...
Sure, I guess we could finally talk more properly about the event slots. There are 4 event slots that go around in a circle. There's a crit, which means the critical hit chance is raised significantly. There's boost, which means that you get either triple or occasionally 5 times the boost that you would normally get from attacks. And then there's skill points, where you can get either 2 times, 4 times, or 10 times skill points if you kill an enemy on that slot. So bosses, you want to end on the skill slot every time, except for this boss, you want to end on boost because it has a counter that ends the fight.
Right, and we're also going to see a double attack in this fight, which we're not going to see again. It's a pretty unique boss fight here.
Yeah. And then the 4th slot is a random. You just saw TC there. If there had been an enemy in the window, you could cancel their turn by hitting them. And there's some other random, 4 random effects, one of which is a null slot.
All right, we got it here. So we're multiplying the damage by putting him in the air, and then we're going to do this cool double attack that we've learned. The game gives you one of these to start. You learn a lot of them through side questing in this game. Again, we're not going to use it outside of this fight, but you'll see how much... This guy has 1,000 max HP, and we just did more than that in the one hit, just by doing a little setup. We also managed to save a boost. Your boost gauge carries over from fight to fight, which is incredible. We're looking for the skill point kill here, ×2. So that's the minimum. The route is kind of based around getting the minimum amount of skill points everywhere. So if that's all we get, then fine, but we'd like to see some ×4s and ×10s to give us a little bit of breathing room. Because it's not always easy to line up your kill on the skill point, because we're in most fights, we're trying to do multiple things. We're trying to leave the fight with as much boost as possible, since it does carry over. Like having the max of 3 boosts going into a fight allows you to deal with whatever event slot you start on, because that's random. The event slot at the start of the fight can be 3 different things, and your plan on how you're going to actually manipulate the fight from there, you kind of have to make that decision on the fly. But the more boost you have, the more you can adjust yourself there.
And turn orders can like shift around a little bit, but for the most part, like say you're 3 characters and you're against 1, that means all of the slots are kind of relatively static, and you want to maintain control of the important one, whether that's crit against a strong enemy or boost to maintain your speed.
Yeah, a big thing with the event slots is, boost, crit, and then the turn cancel, all that stuff. It works for us, but the enemies get to use that as well. They build up their own boost gauge. Hit skip. Like staring at that blue sky.
I was having a good time.
So yeah, like not only do you want to hog the good event slots for yourself, but you really want to deny the opponent. Because when they get a lot of boost, they can just... Sometimes you'll see enemies take 7 turns in a row if they get enough boost and get you on the back foot. So yeah, we want to be proactive in fights and make sure that we get those good event slots and get the skill point kill at the end. The skill point kill, not super important for non-boss fights. Boss fights tend to give so many more skill points than regular encounters. As a consequence, we're going to skip every non-mandatory fight in the game. We've got a lot of story to cover here too. So again, we're in the middle part of a trilogy, and I think this trilogy is pretty famously convoluted and hard to follow. I think throughout the run, we'll do our best to kind of keep you up to speed on where we're at in the story.
Yeah.
That's
so. I guess we could even start with that little flashback that we had.
Go for it. Yeah.
To start. So. Oh man, how do you even describe this?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was that was not happening in real life. That was an exploration of one of the characters' memories of what happened 14 years ago.
Right.
And yeah, I've already run out of time to explain. Suffice to say, they didn't get what they wanted.
No, yeah. Usually the can gets kicked down the road a little bit on finding stuff out in this game. They like to tease you a lot, and then in episode 3 they give you the answer to all of the questions all at once. It's pretty good. 15 HP. We want to get the skill point kill here. Normally it's not important in normal encounters, but the routing at the beginning of the game specifically is really tight. Only ×2, but it should be okay.
Let's get going.
But we did leave the fight with 3 boosts, which is great. So the next fight we're going to do after this one is it's really early in the run, and it's already a very scary fight. We're going to have 4 enemies that we're fighting. And I think it's a pretty common sentiment of anybody that's played this game that normal encounters are maybe overtuned. A lot of times they're harder than boss fights. And the reason for that is, again, the enemy builds up boost when they attack. And if you have 4 people attacking you, they're building up 4 times as much boost than a boss would. And they can just lock you out of getting turns and kill you before you can react, again, if you're not proactive. So the next encounter we really wanted to make sure that we're prepared for, because we're also going to be pincered on top of it.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about that very briefly. So when you're pincered, that means you have half the enemies behind you, given whatever facing angle you have. So you're exposing yourself to one set of enemies who can attack from the back and never miss, and have an increased crit chance, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll see crit like probably more than half the time if you're getting hit from the back. And we're going to use that to our advantage whenever we can get it behind an enemy. Because the ability to not miss, in particular when attacking the back, is super valuable, especially when you're under-leveled, and we're going to find that we're going to fight a lot of enemies with high evasion later on, and anytime we can get the opportunity to hit them from the back, it's going to be to our benefit. So we're gonna pick up some items here. The real important one, so this game has no shops, it has no currency, which is pretty unusual. The episode 1 and 3 do, this one does not. So every item we pick up is kind of fixed. We're going to pick up some revive items, which is really the big one, because enemies can kill us really quickly. Actually, let's there's a skip coming up here. So there's an enemy that's going to be chasing us, coming into this screen. You'll see him. We're going to do a little turnaround here. Shoutouts to the LCC, and he just stops. He doesn't chase us, but he's supposed to chase us all the way down, and he's faster than us. We can't outrun him. But yeah, he's just.
Little lost there.
Yeah, he's chilling up there. Give him a little head fake.
Sometimes you just don't feel like coming into the office.
He was, yeah, it was a good decision by him because we were gonna tear him apart if he chased us. So yeah, here's the fight coming up. Again, we're starting with 3 boost. We should be faster than them. We're gonna try to clear out one side real quick so that we can turn to face the other side, so we minimize the amount of back hits we're facing. But then we also want to leave with 3 boosts because we have a boss fight almost immediately after this. So we're going to work on clearing out the right side first.
With her on our side, we can't lose.
Okay, we got a break bonus. You want to talk about break bonus?
Sure. Whenever you break an enemy, there's a chance, it's like 1 and 2, something like that, that you will get a bonus stock, which you can then use, say, to air the enemy or to increase your chain later.
Yeah, so yeah, it's like 50. I didn't hear what you said, but yeah, it's like 50-50 to get it. We got it right there with Junior, so he got an extra attack for free.
Yeah.
I guess we didn't point out that the stock gauge is up at the top, so you can kind of see how many turns like each character has banked up.
Yeah. So
Super
that
good
can
fight.
that can be really nice. Say you're on boost slot and you would normally want a stock for something. You could try breaking the enemy instead, and if you're lucky, you get the stock and the boost.
If you're lucky.
Yeah.
I think a big part of the appeal of the speedrun here is just how much randomness you get in each fight that is not necessarily good or bad, but you just kind of have to react to it and roll with it. You can go in with a plan for each fight, but you kind of have to think on your feet and use the event slots to your benefit, your boost to your benefit, and just kind of keep the end goal in mind of, okay, whatever boost I spend, I got to make sure I get it back. It's a resource to be used. We're gonna save here, and we're gonna have our first menu coming up here. You want to kind of talk about like what we're learning in the menu?
Sure. Basically, it's just all the skills that you're going to need for the next boss or two. Particularly Thunder Sword is an important skill for changing the. It changes the element of an otherwise elementless attack to whichever element you choose, and you can target an enemy's weakness.
I hope I made you proud with that menu, Bick.
That was like
It was a beautiful
7.5,
menu.
I think.
I'll take 7.5. Got Mr. 10 out of 10 sitting on my right.
Menuing
I
is
have
the
much
purest
lower
form
standards.
of skill.
It really is. It
Yeah,
really
yeah.
is. I trained on Mega Man, and I don't know. There's menus, but the menus are not like this.
I think you're half ready for Final Fantasy V. So.
I have so much respect for people that are good at RPG menuing. Like I put a lot of practice in, and I don't get to the level that I see other people are at. But it's so much fun. I love practicing menus. So here we're going to see a pretty significant use of the elemental chain that Fatso was talking about earlier.
Yeah. So they got Thunder Sword, which will change, I believe, Momo's element to Thunder. And you'll be able to get a lengthy chain combo.
Right. She's element neutral, which means we can overwrite her element. We're going to put it on both Junior and Momo to try to build the chain. This is kind of scary because he always targets Momo, and we don't really have much in the way of healing at this time, so we kind of hope... Okay, the block probably is enough.
Unleash a fragment of thy power.
You know what? We're just going to go. We're going to go into the next fight with only 2 boosts. We want to have 3, but I'm a little too worried of Momo dying if we don't just go. So, yeah, if he happened to like crit Momo there, then she would have died. We would have had to revive her with the limited number. Was that times 2?
Yeah, times 2.
Times 2. Yeah. With the limited number of revives we have, reapply the buffs. She would revive at such a low HP that she could get immediately killed again. And again, we don't really have much in the way of healing yet. So, yeah, just made an executive decision to leave with 2 boosts instead of 3. That's usually fine in the next fight. There's one particular pattern that we can get where that won't be enough, and then we'll have to figure that out when we get there.
Yeah. So I guess one of the other big concepts is So you saw that elemental chain keep going up as we were boosting from character to character, and that's going to be like one of the biggest sources of damage. You can end up doing 7 or 8 boosts between your entire party just to build up that chain, and then you have whoever's got the best set of attributes. So in this case, that was Momo because her attack is Ether, and the boss is weak to Ether, and also isn't weak to Pierce as well. I feel like, we hit a very, very good combination of attributes there.
Yeah, Momo kind of happens to be the MVP of the run because she's the only character whose regular attack is Ether that is not terrible. There's one other, which is Xion, and we'll get into Xion later.
I was hoping we wouldn't.
Oh, we're going to have to talk about Xion, yeah. Okay, so this encounter, it's possible to dodge it, but it's honestly not worth it. It's... it takes a long time to set up, and you also need to get some luck. There are 2 characters in the game that can escape. That would be Momo and Xion. So Momo's in the party. She's also your fastest character. Another reason why she's the MVP. So that gives us the opportunity to, or fastest of your characters. That gives us the opportunity to escape before the enemy gets a turn. The loads, if you've noticed, are a little slow in this game. So anytime you get into an encounter and have to escape it, you're probably losing 20 to 25 seconds base if the enemy doesn't go before you. So we got another menu coming up here. We're going to learn Aura Sword, which is what these Aura is what these next enemies are weak to, and then we're going to learn Ether Spear with Momo. You want to talk about Ether Spear and Attacker a little bit, Fatso?
Sure. Yeah. So in addition to say changing your element, you can also increase your offensive attributes or your defensive attributes at the expense of the other one. So I believe for Attacker and Ether Spear, for physical and Ether, respectively, it's 25% increase with a corresponding 25% decrease to the defensive.
Yeah. So we go full glass cannon in the speedrun. You're going to see a lot of use of Ether Spear and Attacker for your primary damage dealer, which makes you all your already kind of weak characters even weaker and easier to knock out. But we really want that extra damage because big combos is really what the speedrun's all about. So this is a pretty interesting fight.
These bosses can't be broken.
They cannot.
There's no way you can win.
So we're gonna. So Chaos's native element is Aura, which is pretty nice. Did we talk about that already? About like native elements?
Well, only very briefly.
You want to kind of talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Most of the characters have a neutral base element, which means that they don't have any innate elemental attribute to their attacks. Chaos has a base Aura. Ziggy, who you won't see in the run, has base Fire. And Xion has base Thunder, but then there's a beam attack in the middle, which ruins everything.
Right. So we got the bad event slot here, by the way. So we're going to be taking a slower trek through this fight. All right, so we're going to be doing a big combo here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense. So that red boost that the enemy does is a counter boost. They can trigger that usually when they go below an HP threshold or some other condition of the fight is met. Oh, that's Ether. Go. Okay, that works. So Momo's Ether damage, like she is doing way more damage than she should there because she got the lucky Ether roll.
Yeah, so that's the random event slot again. That can be one of 4 things. It could be nothing. It can be Ether. It can be, which means I believe it's 50% extra Ether damage, including for healing and stuff like that. And it can be reverse, which means when you hit an enemy or when the enemy hits you, the target receives boost as well.
Right.
And then there's the turn cancel, which means if the enemy is in the event slot, in the turn window, and you hit it, or if you're hit, then whoever is hit will lose their turn.
I didn't notice the skill point kill on the first one, did you?
No, sorry, I was.
No, you're good. A lot going on. I should have skipped that. Oh, we pushed him over. Okay, that's fine.
go around again, I guess.
I think we're just going to unload here. This fight was a mess, but it was honestly caused by the previous fight. And it was just it was a safety precaution. In a PB attempt, I would have just gone for it, and if Momo died, she died. But we got through it. This is actually a pretty good start. Again, oh, did I not get a skill point kill there? I don't think I did.
You killed Richard on turn cancel.
I did. You know what? I'm sorry, but I think I should redo that fight. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, that one worked out. My apologies there. That one was way out of sorts.
I think it's a good
That's
example.
why I was asking whether you were going to go around again, by the way, but because I noticed it wasn't on.
Right. That was a good question to ask. I probably should have paid attention to it. Oh man. Okay, so that's fine. That's why we save. That one's not a huge time loss. So, like we're still fine. But yeah, hopefully we get a different event slot and we can kind of show how that fight is actually supposed to go. Because that was basically a low roll on 2 consecutive fights as far as turn order goes.
Yeah.
Just gonna do this menu again.
Yeah, we could probably throw a donation.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You can redeem that menu that happened. So
I don't
this
think
is
that's
actually
happening.
it's a good plan. Sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely. Chat, you guys have been absolutely amazing. We have a ton of great donations that have come in. We have Shadow Killer with a $10 donation that says, Chat, I don't think you realize how lucky we are to have 3 legendary Mega Man speedrunners at an RPG speedrunning event. Good luck, Fasta. And Bic, you think you could explain this next boss fight to the viewers?
Oh, dude, totally.
I'm
All right,
waiting.
Just stop me when I say something wrong. All right, so we're gonna start by having everyone build their stock, so that
That's a safe bet.
yeah. So that way when they do attack, they're gonna get a bunch of attacks in a row.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
You're killing it.
And then eventually we're gonna put Aura Sword on Junior and Momo, because putting elemental affinities allows you to build an elemental combo that's gonna increasingly stack their damage. Right? And then and then Chaos already has the Aura Affinity already, so you don't even have to cast it on him, right?
Why am I even here?
Right.
This is why he's a legend.
I'm also asking myself the same question. Yeah. But yeah, dude. And then you can't break these guys. I just learned about 45 seconds ago. So so when he's ready to go, you're just gonna basically boost into your turns over and over and over again to stop them from doing anything, and just kind of run buck wild here and do like billions of damage. While also killing them on the skill event slot, so we can get bonus skill points, which we've been not getting a whole lot of so far. So I'm sure we have backups because fastatcc is a god gamer, but
Backup is reset always.
Yeah.
I'm a Mega Man runner.
that's true. Hey, that's a backup. Did I miss anything?
Honestly, you did better than I did.
Yeah, you're a legend, dude. That's why he's the best. That's why he's here.
I'm also the best Mega Man speedrunner of the group also, if you guys weren't
Legendary,
clear on
legendary Rockman 2 speedrunner, bichphuongballz. Hello, everybody.
that. Sorry, Ashton, if you want to get back to it.
That was the best thing. Thank you so much. We do have $125 from Prof Ness, who says, oh, hey, a Xenosaga. Let's see more of it.
Agree.
We have $25 from Chelney, who says, good luck, Fasta. Looking forward to this run with its primary antagonist, Albie.
Albie's a good guy. Come on.
We're Albie fans here.
Yeah.
And I will say that the comment actually said primary protagonist, Albie. That was my mistake.
Ooh, okay.
So, yeah, okay, they're good.
Joni, we're good.
ClickSpark has donated $25 and says, Mystic Powers, grant Fasta a miracle.
He needs it.
I do right now, yeah. We're good?
We have $50 from JR, who says, eat this.
Thank you, Junior.
Return of MCH has donated $10. Samwise Samgi has donated $25. And we do have a Nanny Moose who has donated $50 for Cat Percent. I like cats, and that is in reference to the incentive we have for the next run, Indivisible, where there is a bonus cat % run.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for the donations. Really appreciate it. Great cause we're raising money for here. So thanks to RPG Limit Break for having us, and yeah, for the work they do every year. Okay, so the run started with just an explosion of combat and mechanics and all that being thrown at us, and now this game has an interesting way of pacing its story out. I think if you're not skipping the cutscenes here, you have about an hour and a half of story before you get into another like combat scenario, and that's kind of what we're going through right now. So we got a little bit of time to kind of catch up on the story, find out what our characters are up to. I feel bad for throwing it to ColonelFatso to try to explain the story. Especially because we've kind of skipped over some so far, but yeah.
That's okay. So I guess where we left off with the story explanation, we were just talking about how the first segment was a flashback, and the flashback took the form of an exploration of a character's mind, which is going to be coming up again soon. But the idea is there's some sensitive data in that character's head that they were trying to access but could not. And then the boss that we fought at the end of that segment has a bunch of like flunkies, and those flunkies were the guys who were going after Junior and Momo and Chaos and the rest of them for reasons. I believe it's just because they want Momo, because Momo has some more secret data.
There's a lot of secrets, yeah.
Which is also important.
It will be revealed in time.
Yeah.
Maybe not in this game, but sometime in the future. There's going to be 6 of these, right?
And now, I guess now we're following Xion, who is kind of the protagonist of the previous game, and Xion is basically butting in where she's not welcome in several places. And we're gonna go into her, I guess, family trauma a little bit here.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. As the character says later in the game, it's kind of a big old family squabble, which is definitely a theme of the series. Theme of this game in particular. You could kind of argue that Junior is the protagonist. Like, Xion's the overall protagonist of the series. I think we do more to explore like Junior's character and backstory in this than anything else. But yeah, we definitely push just a lot of character arcs forward in this game. The overall pacing of this game, this was meant to be part 2 of 6. It turned out they only made 3, and 3 has a lot of plot in it as a result. But I think you can kind of feel that they felt like they had time, and this is like a little bit more of an intimate story. They spend a lot of time on character stuff, and I think it succeeds, but also maybe the six part series was a little ambitious. I really wish we got them though. Like this trilogy of games is phenomenal. I played them all when they were new. The 3 is the fan favorite. Almost everybody that plays the series comes away thinking that 3 is just kind of a masterpiece game. This is my favorite of the trilogy, but I do enjoy all 3 of them. The thing that 3 does, it actually takes away the event slot, which is interesting. Because when I played the original Xenosaga, I think that the turn-based with the event slot was really kind of the core appeal of the combat. It was something that was a little different than what I had seen in other RPGs that I'd played at the time. And then this game kind of strengthened that, and the third one went away from it a little bit. It has a really engaging combat system of its own, but just kind of goes away from the series strengths, in my opinion, a little bit. But that game is just a technical marvel.
Yeah, Xenosaga 3 definitely leans, I mean, obviously it removes the event slot, but it leans a little bit harder into, like, boosting.
Yeah.
As a result. So I guess here we're, Xion was hiding from her brother Jin, who was the samurai guy that we saw in the flashback, by the way. Everything is connected.
Everything is connected, yes. Xion doesn't get along very well with her brother. Jin was involved in this Miltian conflict 14 years ago, and he was a pretty key player in it. And he's mostly just kind of been absent from that. Xion and her friends are wrapped up in this big plot that's going on, and Xion kind of wants her brother's involvement a little bit, and he's kind of sitting on the sidelines a little bit. They just have some differences of opinions on a lot of things, and the story's kind of hashing that out a little bit here. But yeah, we had to skip a scene where like Xion hides under the table from Jin and has to kick Junior from mentioning that she's there so as to not alert him to her presence. It's everything you would expect from a PS2 JRPG, I'm sure.
Yeah. So now, so if I remember correctly, Momo is like damaged, right?
I could start every sentence about the story with if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Momo has like some psychic damage, and they're going to try and repair it with an encephalon dive, which is again exploring the subconscious domain that we were talking about in the flashback.
Yeah, there's some Y data that she has within her. Albedo, spoilers, kidnapped her in the first game, trying to obtain it from her, and was unsuccessful. And now we're here to analyze that data. The first game was all about everybody trying to get to second Miltia. Your crew kind of assembled because they all had a similar goal of going to the same place, but mostly for different reasons. There's a lot of like plot points that are kind of converging here, and we're kind of wrapping up a lot of threads from one before we kind of get onto the main thrust of this story. But yeah, that's what all this hour and a half of cutscenes is basically just trying to establish where, kind of picking up from where the previous game left off. So yeah, we're getting ready for the tests, and we're going to go check in on Ziggy over here. Unfortunately, we're not going to see him in the speedrun. I really like Ziggy as a character. He's actually really good in combat as well. He's a little bit of a casualty. So he has a native element, which is fire. The boss at the end of Disc 1 is weak to fire, and he's actually a better choice for that fight. But because of the way skill points work, you kind of want to, for the speedrun at least, pick 3 characters that you want to have in your party as much as possible, so that you kind of focus your skill points so you can climb further up the skill point tree, which I don't even know if we talked about that, did we?
No, we didn't really.
You want to get into that a little bit?
Sure, I guess we could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
So all the skills in the game, any character can learn any skill, but they have to work their way up to it, basically. Skills are organized into tiers and then classes within those tiers. And in order to access a second tier skill, you need to fill out an entire class in the first tier.
Right.
And opening up classes requires class points, which are only obtained by either filling classes from a previous tier or the same tier or whatever, or from bosses.
Right.
And I believe class point gains are also affected by the skill multiplier.
They are
right?
not.
They're
No,
not.
Those are static.
Okay.
So there's a very
Learned something today.
Yeah, there's a very limited number of class points that you actually get throughout the game. Like Fatso was saying, because getting extra skill points and filling out a class entirely will give you more class points. Functionally, skill points can be traded in for class points, but in the speedrun, we're just not usually going to have enough to that. So we want to make sure that the characters we're going to use the most have as many skill points and class points as possible, because we want to learn some higher tier skills later in the game that are going to be very helpful in keeping us alive, hopefully. And
Alan spotted.
Alan, seriously, yeah.
Serious protagonist.
That's our boy right there. My issues with Xion stem mostly from how she treats our poor boy Alan. He's just not deserving of the hate. Anyway, yeah. So there's a lot of character stuff established here. Like I said, Ziggy I enjoy a lot. He has a man. It's tough to drop into the middle part of a trilogy and explain the story, but Ziggy is a cyborg. He died and was reanimated, I guess, reconstituted as a cyborg against his will. And he basically has a death wish, and he takes the most dangerous missions he can find, hoping that he fails. And but the problem is that he's just too good. He has taken every dangerous mission he can find, and he's still kicking. Actually, the episode 1 kind of kicks off with him going on one of those dangerous missions, which is how we meet Momo. And Ziggy means a lot to Momo specifically, and it's just I think it's a pretty beautiful arc, just kind of seeing their relationship blossom and Ziggy kind of finding purpose. A lot of really good character stuff in this game and in the trilogy. So pretty big plot point here. I think this is the dive. Attempted, yeah.
So it's kind of funny how it works, because we're gonna dive into Momo's subconscious domain, but within that we're going to explore the Yuriev Institute, which is like this research institute where the template for Momo, it was a real human being named Sakura, who had severe psychological disorder or something like nervous disconnected from the world, who could only communicate through the subconscious domain. So we did an Encephalon dive into here, and then we're going to do an Encephalon dive within there. Again,
Fatso, I'm so glad you're here.
Okay. I'm doing my best.
No, this story is it's a lot. There's a lot of heady concepts. Like, first of all, the first game has a glossary that so we have a party of 7 people. I think only one is just kind of a true blue human. You have
both Shion and Jin are both humans.
Shion's got something special going on. I don't know. But you have cyborgs, you have Realians, you have androids, you have URTVs, which is a whole other class of non-human. Those are created bioweapons. That's what Junior is. And it's really, there's a lot going on. So there's a glossary in the first game that just kind of explains what a lot of these concepts are. And it's something when the game first came out, I read that thing religiously. I think the world building in this game is fascinating. And I'm afraid of trying to explain what's going on, because a lot of it really is pretty high concept. There's basic plot stuff that's easy to follow. There's character stuff that's easy to follow, and then some of the overarching themes are just they're asking a lot of the players. But the game acknowledges this. In the glossary in the first game, they recommend that you study up on Gnosticism and Jungian psychology to try to follow along with what's going on in the game. I'm
sorry, the glossary gives you homework?
It does, absolutely, 100%.
I have a few questions.
Yeah, read up on that stuff. Make sure you check the Ultimania. Some of the answers are only in there. It was ambitious. It was a very ambitious trilogy, and it succeeded more than it failed. They're really fun games, but you could definitely see where they're maybe a little over ambitious. We'll put it that way.
Do I have time for a couple questions here?
Go for it.
All right. I need us to go back to the Encephalon dive within the Encephalon dive. So does that mean Christopher Nolan played this game and then wrote that movie?
I'm
Inception?
Pretty sure this was a direct inspiration.
Okay, yeah. Great. Okay, that makes sense. I already forgot my second question, so feel free to carry on.
It's because I answered the first one so well that there's really no need for follow-ups. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, though.
Oh yeah, I got you, man. Any more questions? Fire away.
I feel like I recognize one of those kids we're following.
Yes.
Yeah.
They look familiar. So we're following some ghosts here. This is Albedo, Junior, and Guinan. Oh man. So they're all URTVs. They are bioweapons that are basically built to combat Udu. And if you think that I'm going to try to explain what Udu is, then you are mistaken. That is homework for you, the viewer. You can play these games and you can explain Udu to me. and then we'll all be better for it. So. Yeah, I think the less said about Udo, the better. But basically, it's like a higher form of consciousness. You could think of it as a god, but I think that's not exactly what they were going for there. But it resides in like an upper domain. But I don't think anybody's aware if it has it doesn't really have malice necessarily, but it wreaks all kinds of havoc on this world. So these URTVs, Junior is URTV number 666, which I'm sure there's no symbolism to that. That's probably a coincidence. He and Albedo were conjoined twins, conjoined at the heart, which I'm sure is also not symbolic of anything. I think Albedo is 667, and then Guinan was 668. Guinan is there as kind of a failsafe for Junior in case he goes out of control. There's a lot going on there. So Albedo is kind of up to this point has been the series antagonist. He was the big bad of one of my favorite villains in any video game I've played. You'll get to see. Well, we're gonna skip a lot of the cutscenes that will explain that, but at the very end of the game, if you stick around, I think you'll kind of understand why he's one of my favorites. But yeah, at this point we're still he's still kind of the big bad. But this is a family squabble we're gonna resolve. Junior and Albedo really just kind of need to learn to see eye to eye, no matter how genocidal that Albedo is. And hopefully we'll resolve that by the end of the game.
Hopefully.
I think we got time for a plug or donation.
Fantastic. We do have still a steady stream of donations coming in. Mr. Crab55 has donated $55.55, saying, good luck staying on top of the run, Fasta.
Thank you, Mr. Cab. Appreciate that, bud.
Yeah. And the donations are coming from inside the stream room. We have $30 from Bromhall V. Thank you very much. And $25 from K Frizzle 4, who says, even with 2 hours of sleep, there was no way I was missing this run. Xenosaga is one of my favorite series of all time, and I'm excited to watch this run together with all of you, even if I do clown on this game a bit.
Thank you so much. I think I'll cut in there because, I kind of mentioned earlier that this is definitely the black sheep of the franchise, and I get why. I've certainly legitimate complaints about this game myself. I think some of the dungeon design is extremely questionable. You have a couple of really poorly designed dungeons. I think we kind of got into Xion is I think you have a brilliant combat system, and then you have Xion as a character which just doesn't fit into it at all, which is kind of questionable. I think the story pacing, has I think you maybe could have interspersed a little more action between some of this story heavy stuff, even though I think the story is pretty fascinating. But I think what the game does well just really outshines all that. And I'm happy. Yeah, happy to have somebody that's just really excited to see this, because I've been excited to bring this to Limit Break. This is the only RPG I run. For anybody that doesn't know, I mostly have run platformers, pretty known for Mega Man. Run some Hollow Knight, Legend of Zelda, but RPGs are what I play. RPGs are really my jam. I just kind of happened to get into platformer speedrunning, but I always wanted to run one of these. And this game didn't really have a run when I started. I was kind of excited to route one out, and this was a game that I felt needed some love. I enjoyed it so much when I first played it, and I was kind of shocked to learn that I was maybe the only one that liked it. So and one of the complaints I always heard was that the battles are tedious, the battles are slow, and I think that can be the case. And I talked a little bit earlier about maybe the tutorialization could have used a little work. But yeah, I just think that if you use the tools the game gives you, it's one of the more rewarding combat systems. I guess the main thing is that it feels like every fight matters. Put it this way: Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game of all time. It's the one that got me into RPGs. I love it to this day. But a lot of battles, you go in, you hit the attack button, and you're done. Or you maybe cast a spell, and it feels like the only fights that really mattered were the boss fights. And oh no, just missed it. Not a big deal. There's a lot of dodges in this area. Gotta get Momo in the party, don't we?
I wonder how long you'll survive.
But in this game, like, if you're fighting anything, it's deserving of your attention. The normal encounters can be as hard as the bosses, and I really appreciate that. If we're gonna go into combat, like, give me something that I really, have to work for, put my attention into. Normally, I kind of got caught on a tangent there. Normally, I usually do the menu at the beginning of this area. So this menu coming up, we're gonna learn not that many skills, but we're gonna change our party around for the boss fight that's coming up. This guy. Okay, we got him.
So the upcoming boss is weak to thunder, so important to get thunder skills on everybody who needs it. I believe so. Cosmos is joining the party now, and is going to become one of the main sluggers.
Yes. Let me do this menu real quick. Oh, I realized my mistake. I think that's good.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. That was we don't need to talk about that menu. It's funny how muscle memory is so important in like, it shouldn't matter where I do the menu, but like, oh man. Yeah, so we wanted to learn Medica for Xion. There's going to be a section coming up where we only have Xion. Her having Medica isn't really enough to keep up with the damage in combat, but at least out of combat, it gives us a way to heal her up for the next fight. We learned Attacker and Defender for Cosmos. Attacker, again, gives her the plus 25% damage and minus 25% defense, which for her, she has the highest HP pool. She's the slowest character here. We use Junior and Momo for their speed and damage primarily. But Cosmos' HP pool really comes in handy. And so the drawback of Attacker, the minus 25% defense, is not that big a deal for her. And then, like Fatso was saying, can you see me? There we go. We learned Thunder Sword so that we can abuse the boss's weaknesses coming up. So now we see the infected URTVs. These guys are very fast. They will outspeed you. And they will use boost. They'll build it up. Like, we might see them take several turns in a row. We're gonna try to knock their number down before it gets too bad. Let's see. Cosmos is really strong in this fight, and she got a break bonus there, so she's just gonna take one down single-handedly.
Easy.
We actually are okay if Momo dies in this fight. We kind of want her to do some damage before that happens.
Yeah, Cosmos needs the skill points, right?
Yes, exactly. So we'll just take the kill. It's fine. So the skill points in this game skill points and experience are distributed among the surviving party members. You'll get more for the people that are alive if someone dies. That actually is pretty helpful in that fight because it gives Cosmos just enough skill points to learn both Thunder Sword and Flame Sword in the next menu. Assuming we don't get a ×4 or ×10 kill from this boss coming up. But it's not that big a deal. We can always learn it in a later menu if we have to. So we really don't want to get encounters. Oh my goodness. Whew. Like, I wanted it, but I wanted it more.
You were not the Denver Nuggets right there.
I was not the
That's
Denver
for sure.
Nuggets.
Yeah.
Those Nuggets, what were they doing? All right, I'm going to try to focus on this fight a little bit. We're ahead on skill points a little bit, but we still need the skill point kill for Cosmos. But the break zone here is more You want to talk about the longer break zones here and how that
Sure.
like, kind of
Yeah.
impacts it?
So most of the enemies that we've fought so far, they had break zones that were only one or two. I guess two. Mostly two zones, right? There's like maybe BC or CC or CB or whatever like that. So one character and sometimes even Momo can break them. But in this case, the boss has I believe four zone break zone. So it's not possible to break the enemy with just one character. So you have to like start the break, pass off to another character, and finish the break. And also, like, who finishes the break can also sometimes matter. Cosmos is the only character in the party who can actually launch an enemy. So if you finish the break with somebody else, like, then you need to pass to Cosmos anyways to do the launch.
Yeah, so a really important part of this fight was denying the boss the boost, because he can boost right here and interrupt your combo. So we saw Momo boost early in the fight to steal the boost slot from the boss. But we...
Looks good.
Yep, we're all set up here. Cosmos is going to do outrageous damage, weak to Thunder and Slash. ×2. So Cosmos is still at base skill points. We got a couple ×4s from the Scoot and Pylon fight, so Junior and Momo are looking pretty good as far as skill points go. That was a good fight. That was a really good fight. And we leave with 3 boosts, which is great because the next fight is Albedo, which is the end of Disc 1 and a very, very scary fight.
Yeah. No skill upgrade drop there, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so pretty important story beat here. So each of the URTVs kind of has a special ability.
Well, I guess most of them don't.
That's true. I'm sorry.
Each of the ones we care about does.
Right, the ones we care about. So these 3 right
Yeah.
here each have a special, unique ability on top of being like anti-Udu.
Yeah.
Junior's is that he halt cell generation or
Yeah, something like that. The effect is that he doesn't age.
Right, he doesn't age. I don't know. I don't think that's something he always has control over because I don't get the sense that he has intentionally kept himself from aging.
Yeah.
So then Albedo's is that he can regenerate himself, which is a great ability for the antagonist of your series to have. Definitely means that you will fight him a lot of times. In the previous scene that we saw after the boss, Albedo basically kind of went to bat for Junior. Albedo is troubled, but he loves his brothers more than anything else. He's always very defensive of them. But he has a little bit of a temper, and so he kind of went overboard and just really beat up one of the other URTVs pretty badly. And Junior was horrified. And Albedo didn't really understand because Albedo was just like, oh, well, he can just regenerate, right? Him not being aware that that's a skill that like only he possesses. And him learning this kind of sends him on a spiral because he's now worried about like outliving his brothers, and it doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't handle it very well. Yeah, and we'll deal with the ramifications of that, later in the story for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of ramifications later in the story, there's also Negredo, who's the black-haired kid,
Right.
who I guess is supposed to be some sort of safety valve for the system.
Right. Yeah, he's the kill switch for sure.
Yeah, he's the kill switch.
If Junior goes out of control in particular, I'm not sure if it's for Albedo as well, but yeah, definitely he's kind of the failsafe.
Yeah. How that manifests, I guess we'll get into it later. We won't even see any of it. Never mind.
We can talk about it later. Yeah, there's again for every cutscene here that you see us skipping, we're probably going through 2 minutes of exposition. Also, I recommend that you play these games, and because we're in the middle part of a trilogy, there's a lot of story for you to experience for yourself. So we're not going to touch on everything here, But I would definitely recommend playing these games. And even if you kind of get spoiled on a lot of the story here, I think 3, like I said, a lot of the plot of this trilogy wraps up in 3. It's an expensive game. I really hope these games get ported. They're great games, and they're just kind of locked on on the PS2 for the most part. But in particular for this speedrun, I think being on a modern console would probably save us like 40 minutes in load time. So it would save me real life time when doing a speedrun. Is there an enemy in that rock? I don't know.
No, that one had the item.
All right, so we're going through the same area that we were before. That was summer. This is winter. This is a different dungeon. It's not a reskin. There is snow on the ground now. A couple of the enemy placements are different. There's some new items you can get. Again, I think
the enemies are meaner.
They are meaner for sure. For the most part, if we get into an encounter now, we're going to be dealing with those infected URTVs, which again are faster than our party, which will vastly slow down our escapes. In general, so it's kind of interesting that the enemies here are just kind of these glowing blobs. That's actually not the case for the rest. You might think that like the enemies are kind of abstracted like they are in certain other games, but usually they usually have a character model that kind of indicates what you'll be fighting. But the problem with the glowing blobs is that you can't really tell which direction they're facing, and their movement is a lot more fluid. Like this guy, we're going to get his attention, we're going to bring him to the end of his tether, and then he's going to stop and do an animation before he can charge us again. The blobs, or like the little glowing orbs of light, are much harder to read, and they have a little bit more ability to move and chase you.
Yeah, I guess there's not a whole lot more to go into. I guess we just need to make sure that we have Flame Sword on enough party members for the albedo fight.
Yeah, we can kind of talk about the albedo fight a little bit coming up here, and why albedo is so dangerous. Albedo is... So we haven't really learned, if you noticed, we haven't really done much healing. We haven't really learned a heal spell. I'm going to wait here. You can do that in one go, but these guys are quick. Sorry, so albedo is the first boss we're going to really start learning some significant heal spells for. From here on out, when we're fighting boss fights, you can expect to see us healing a lot. Especially with the fact that revives are a limited number, we want to make sure we keep our characters alive. We're gonna learn some heal spells, and we're gonna make sure that we have Flame Sword, which is albedo's weakness. Gonna pick up a little safety Ether Pack M here. The Orgula fight later on might require that, depending on how mean she is to us. But albedo has access to a couple of AoE attacks. We're really going to want to keep him off the crit slot. Normally we want to keep enemies off of boost because we don't want them interrupting our turn. Albedo, actually, he'll build up boost, but he cannot use it. He doesn't have the ability. Some bosses don't. But he makes up for it by being very fast, and if he attacks you with his AoE on crit, he will probably do 2/3 of the damage to both Momo and Junior, which is really hard to heal up at this stage in the game. So we're going to really hope that he doesn't do that. The other thing he can do is steal our boost, which is... You move? Oh, baby.
I believe.
Wow.
That's pretty much an RNG dodge. We just kind of hope he goes to the right spot and then doesn't turn around, which he did there, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Makes up for the one that we got earlier on. That was my fault. We're going to pretend this one was skill. Okay, so menu. Let's see what we can do here.
All right, this is the redemption menu.
It's not.
Oh.
Ooh, nope. Then we need Flame Sword. Okay.
Remember that class points are extremely limited. So if Fasta had opened the wrong class there, he would have actually had to reset.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
All right, we're about to see why albedo's the greatest.
Yeah, so as long as he stays on the ground, anytime he goes up in the air is bad, because it either means he's doing an AoE or he's stealing our boost. If he does the single target attacks, we can deal with that. So, and especially if he targets Cosmos, who has a huge health pool. He also did not start on crit, which is great for us. So we're going to stock up to full, which is mostly going to be the strategy for any big boss fight. Because we want to do one big combo. Okay, so this is the attack we definitely do not want to see. At least it's not on crit. So we have a heal all spell from Momo here. It's not super strong, but it's going to have to get the job done. Oh,
He's on crit.
He's on crit. It's fine. And Junior's dead. So, we see what happens there. I'm going to actually just use this one. All right. So he's probably going to take the next turn. Okay. So that's not crit. I think at this point, so we're going to try to... You want to talk about the break block thing here?
Oh, yeah, okay. So while Albedo's arms are still there, he will break any attempt... Sorry, he will block any attempt to break him. So every time you hit him with vulnerable attributes, so that's, I believe, Pierce or any of his vulnerable elements, then it'll go like one step closer to breaking the arms, which I believe takes like, what, 5 or 6 hits.
Right.
So you give Cosmos or Flame Sword early so that she can also contribute to this.
He's just going to have crit here. It is what it is. Just don't do Carrion of Souls 1. I love this guy. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
okay,
no.
He only crit one of them, so that's fine. It's fine. We're pretty close to getting into the damage phase here. We gotta mind the amount of flame sword still left on Cosmos. Because she already has the buff. We're gonna now buff everybody else so that everybody has flame sword, so we can build the elemental chain as high as we can. If we come up short on damage in this combo, it almost surely will be a wipe. So we want to make sure that we're set up with as much stock and boost as we can, and yeah. So this will be Flame Sword on Momo. Cosmos already has it. She has a couple turns left of it, so we got to make sure that we don't run out. And yeah, Albedo has 2 attacks before he regenerates his arms. Okay, that's fine. That was not what I was supposed to do. Let's see here. Can we salvage this? I don't think it's worth trying to salvage that. I think we're going to go around again.
Okay.
You haven't forgotten my powers, have you?
So, yeah, you have that limited turn window to try to kill him. We missed it. So, the second time when we're going to try to break his arms, it doesn't take as many turns.
It'll be like 3 or 4 instead this time, right?
Yeah, it'll be a little better.
You're mostly set up. You just need to redo the buffs.
Yeah, probably. I think even the 2 stock on Junior is fine.
That tickles. Eat this. Yes, that's it. That tickles.
Okay, we'll reapply Flame Sword on Cosmos here. What happened there is we got the wrong break zone. It's supposed to be BC, CB, and that's not what we did.
That's it. I
I
love it.
think we're getting 5.
Like a lucky draw on the attack here.
Yeah. So the decision I made there is just purely because you really don't want to mess around with a lot of bosses in this game when it comes to trying to go for the combo and coming up short. Because, yeah, all bosses in this game pretty much get extra attacks that unlock as they lose HP. So our goal is to get them just above that threshold generally and just burst them down from there. So needs to be reapplied. And then we'll go here. He can also dodge you. We are going to hope that doesn't happen. We're good. Junior even got a break bonus too, so that stock that he was missing, we have now. The question is...
Damage, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually damage doesn't seem like a problem.
Yeah, I think Momo should be able to finish off from here. We definitely need the skill point kill here, which also plays into just being a little cautious. All right, because Cosmos is still on base skill points here. We got ×2, so it's still on base. Okay. Albedo done. That's going to be the end of disc 1. Thanks.
So almost sub 1. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Did get a skill upgrade there.
Okay, that's good. I think Cosmos is probably going to need a run, given that we're on base. Ashton, if you have anything that you want to read, now's the time for sure.
Absolutely. I have a couple of donations that go well together here. First is $5 from Scratch Dragon, who says, Xenosaga has a story. Good luck, fastatcc, ColonelFatso, and surprise Royal Rumble entrant bichphuongballz.
Oh, thank you so much.
And Funky has donated $66 and says, please keep trying to sum up the plot of this game. I recognize some of the words. And $10 from Chibi Shala, who says, good luck and thanks for an awesome event so far.
Well, thank you so much for the donations. Appreciate it. I'm glad our attempts to explain the story are being rewarded.
Speaking of which, I guess a whole lot happened.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That was the end of disc 1. So you can bet a lot of stuff happened there.
Yeah, so Albedo actually did end up getting the Y data, and he used it to open up the path to Old Milsha, which is the place that was in the flashback for 14 years ago that actually kind of disappeared out of time and space. And now it's undisappeared.
Yeah, so there's a lot of factions in this game that all kind of have their own motivations that you learn about throughout the series. But one thing's for sure, everybody is very interested in Old Milsha. There was the Milshan conflict that happened 14 years ago, and a big thing happened, and it matters a lot to a lot of people. So now that it's open, basically every agent in this universe is making haste to get there.
Including free agent Xion.
Yeah. So Xion is in her, I guess it's her company's flagship, right?
Yeah.
She's not exactly on lockdown here, but I think she wants to be part of the action. Say what you will for Xion, she always wants to be part of the action. She is she's very driven, and she is going to break out of this place with Alan's kind of reluctant help. So that's what this segment is. I guess we could talk about a little bit about this section, combat-wise, mechanics-wise. So Xion, as we kind of discussed before, doesn't really fit this game's combat system. The combat system is all about building up an elemental chain and having a character whose elemental damage that she does alternates on successive attacks. Just doesn't fit with that at all. So the use that she has, and this is kind of forced upon you by the game, is they give her this kind of playground where she's one-on-one with enemies that she is tailored to destroy. Like, she has the weakness for them. This, if you read guides for this game, is where they suggest that you grind. So a lot of people find... I've watched a lot of playthroughs of this game on YouTube, and a lot of it is seeing people emulate this game at 4x speed, just doing one-on-one fights with Xion here for hours. And they don't seem to have a very fun time with the game.
You wonder why people don't like this game, right?
Yeah, and so you can do that. It is. So the reason why that works is normally if you're not in the party, you don't get a portion of the experience or the skill. But because Xion is the only one in your party right now, it actually does get distributed to anybody that's not present. This is a damn rung, by the way. I hate the damn rung. This is one of my least favorite parts of the run, only because I think the combat system is so beautiful with 3 characters and managing your boost and all that. And I'm just mashing circle right now. But I'm mashing circle and also can die. It's great. I've had more game overs in the damn rung than I would like to admit. Because you really just don't have tools here. Your boost can't do much for you because you're a solo character. And you don't have access to most of the options the game gives you, especially if you haven't been using Xion like I have not, because we really need to get skill points on the useful characters. And so she doesn't really even have a heal spell that can help her in combat. You have this Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, all I was going to say is there's like an additional wart like that we didn't even talk about in the combat system where like you can't normally boost a character who's in the turn window.
That's very important, yeah.
Think this is a good idea?
So there is a skill that you can learn if you do some side questing in this game called Combo Boost, which allows you to boost a character that's present in the turn window. But yeah, otherwise you can't. If someone is present there, they're unboostable. So a lot of times we have to wait to start our combo until only one character is remaining, which is a lot of the decision making in the fight comes from these random factors where you have to kind of read the situation you're in. You're not always going to be starting on the same event slot when you begin your combo, and you have to make sure that you build up boost during the combo so that you can. We saw against Albedo, I think we hit him 13 times with the same element, and that takes some planning. But again, planning alone is not enough. You kind of have to read the situation and just take what it gives you, and know when to bail out when things could lead to disaster.
This is the first part of a lengthy detour that will come later to pick up an extremely powerful bonus skill.
Yeah, so this game has a lot of side content. I think we're gonna fight something like 12 bosses in the speedrun, and I think there's 20 bosses we don't see in the speedrun. Well, I guess we might see one if the donation incentive is met.
I believe it was already
was
met.
It? Excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
everything's met.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to showing that off. I'll get back to that in a second, actually, because I kind of want to talk about the donation incentive. But I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? It was probably something important.
You were talking about all the
thing
bosses in the game.
Oh yeah. So
sequences
tons of side stuff.
bosses,
So so there's a bunch of side fights. There's side quests. There are the red doors we saw earlier. There was a NPC that was talking to us about it while we were like futilely trying to explain the story. And we mostly don't do any of that in the speedrun. It's the stuff you get is actually very powerful and useful. It's just usually is a little too slow. Fatso kind of hinted or explained that there's an item we just went out of the way for, Decoder 18. There are a bunch of segment addresses in this game, which is your reward for exploration. Some of them are hidden, some of them are in plain sight, but usually there's some trick to getting to them, and then also you have to find the decoder. We are going to go out of our way to open one red door, and it's going to teach us a very powerful skill called First Combo that we will talk about when it's relevant.
Did you pass the grind spot already?
I did.
Oh.
I did.
So you were not able to identify it for me then?
I was not, no.
Okay. Sorry. That's a shame for all of us here.
It's a big loss.
Really, we all lose.
Oh, man.
I was really looking forward to seeing it for the first time. You tell me about this puzzle.
No, I think you can explain the puzzle. I think this is one you're uniquely qualified to talk about. Yeah.
So you're trying to make it across to the other end, and you need to connect all of the gray black boxes or whatever by punching a bunch of the brown ones to get them to like fall down and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's about right?
Yeah. That was it.
You're a genius.
Yeah. They don't call me Lolo for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, what a great puzzle game Lolo is. Okay, so there's also a lot of RNG in this place. We can get lucky, and these can be solo encounters. We've seen one be a solo encounter. This enemy on the right doesn't even attack, so if we get just him, we're loving it. Conversely, like we can also come into this fight and be pincered, which is really bad news. So at least we didn't get that. Got to be thankful for it could always be worse. Ooh, Ether, let's go. Crit Ether.
Nice.
We mashed circle, but we got excited about it. It's good. Ether. So the Ether slot, it's 1 in 4. On the 1 in 4, so you don't see it very often. There's one fight in particular we're gonna specifically try to set it up, but otherwise it's usually a happy accident if one of our Ether attack characters lands on it. But in one fight, it'll mean the difference of like a few thousand extra damage if we get that 1 in 4 roll. So okay, anyway, I wanted to kind of get back to the donation incentives. So what got met was we are going to fight a super boss that is unique to. There were 3 super bosses added to the North American release only. They're pretty difficult. I actually really enjoy this game's post game. Like if you like the combat, this game's post game will challenge, and like the side quests and stuff. They will challenge you to figure out a strategy for them. They're pretty unique in their mechanics, and you have to come in with a good plan. So we met that to fight one of those super bosses, maybe the hardest one that you have to fight on foot in this game. But we also met the incentive for the menu glitch showcase. So we're going to tie those 2 things together and kind of show you what you can do with the menu glitch. That gives me kind of an opportunity to talk about the category here. So we're running any % no menu glitch. The LCC found a menu glitch in this game that allows you to learn skills that you don't have the skill points for. As long as like somebody else has the skill points, you can teach somebody else. You can use those skill points to put somebody else into skill point debt to learn a skill that they can't otherwise afford, or even have the class points to unlock. But more than that, you can actually unlock skills that you only have access to by completing side quests that are very, very powerful. And you can learn some of the most powerful skills in the game without having to do the side quests. And the side quests in this game, man, they're a mixed bag. There's some really good ones, and then the most powerful skill in the game is locked behind a side quest where we have to pay off somebody's debt, Captain Matthews. And if you read the strategy guides, they will tell you that there's a boss that you want to fight through 20 phases and steal every time it shifts into one of the phases. And basically, you fight this boss for 2 hours in order to complete the side quest. Consequently, I've never done that side quest, but thanks to the menu glitch, I don't feel like I ever have to do that. So thank you, the LCC. The reason why we're running this category instead of the menu glitch category is because it does. I'm going to wait for that guy to turn. It does make you so powerful that I think a lot of the tension in these combat scenarios is lost a little bit. It's still a challenging run, mostly because the menu glitch itself is pretty difficult to pull off. I'm hoping to not have... Okay, that one's fine. At least it's not... I don't know. This is the pincer. Love the Damarung.
Would you say this part is akin to the beginning of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, where you mash one button and probably die?
Yes. That's a very apt comparison.
So even Mystic Quest copied off this game too? That's crazy.
Yeah, it went time travel to do so.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing, so we picked up a couple safety items here in the Damarung. We picked up a Medkit M and a Rejuvenator DX. The Medkit M will heal half of your max HP, which most likely we'll probably end up using that in the next fight. We're hoping we don't have to use the Rejuvenator DX, which is a really powerful item that I'd love to save for later, because it will fully heal one character's hit points and ether points. And ether points can definitely be a big deal in later fights. Okay, so we're coming up on the quote-unquote final boss of this area. Basically, the final boss is just 2 of the enemy that you've been seeing the whole time. There's not a lot that's redeeming about the Damarung, I'll be honest. If you're a Xion lover, you get your fill here. But
Yeah.
this fight...
This is not a whole lot to talk about. I guess, are you going to do the stock strat?
I'm going to try the stock strat.
Yeah, all right.
Newly developed stock strat.
Yes.
One time it worked, one time it left the enemy with 8 HP left out of 3,000 something, and it didn't work. So
like
those
odds.
are good enough odds for me
Yeah,
that I'm going
yeah,
to try it. Yeah,
We like those odds.
yeah. But we just have to be really careful because this is a big opportunity to wipe. We're going to hope that we don't get crit. We're going to hope that we get some evades in there. We're going to use whatever boost we can, although that's really tough to take advantage of with just the solo character. They have the crit slot, which is... Okay, there's the evade. That's good. This is a crit. We're going to hope it misses. Okay, that's really good news. I think we're probably okay. We might not even have to use an item, especially if this newfangled tech works, where you just push circle 4 times in a row instead of once at a time. Oh, baby, we got
Let's
him.
freaking go, dude.
Yeah,
New
let's go.
tech live. It's great. Oh, we also got a break bonus, too, so we even sped up the next one.
Yeah, so the reason that works is because the break zone for these enemies is BB, so you can get a little bit of bonus damage for that. And also, the third and fourth attacks are both thunder. So you get a tiny bit of extra elemental damage, too.
Yeah, the beam does less damage, so like if you were to do 3 attacks in a row, you'd actually do less, but per attack. But the 4 just gets you enough that you usually skip an attack in that fight. And then again, you can get the break bonus too, which makes the second one faster.
New tech live, dude.
Yeah.
I'd expect nothing less from a prominent community member and possibly the only community member.
Unoptimized speed trash is all I can say. Been running this game. So there have definitely been people that have contributed to the route. Shout out LCC, the LCC, Key, Blue Metal, and L even without finishing run has come up with some tech that I've copied. But yeah, there are not a lot of runners of this game. If you are someone who enjoys routing or finding tech or exploring possibility space of a game that's not solved, this is that game. I've done my best to put together the best route that I can, but there's always optimizations that can be made. When you only have a limited number of people looking at a game, it's a very fertile ground for finding new stuff. So if what you see, if that damn rung inspired you to learn this game, then definitely invite you to give it a try. Am I selling this game well? I feel like I'm not doing a good job.
I mean, we do have at least one person, so $5 from a Mr. 96 Pop, who said they played Xenosaga 2 for the first time in January and enjoyed it way more than they expected.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that. I think I've heard from a lot of people that have not played the game that it's bad. And I think it has such a reputation that I find a lot of the people that play it come up with that same realization themselves. Look at Jin here in the back, by the way. Is he dusting himself off? Is he patting himself on the back for a job well done? And then Alan's got his own thing going, scratching his head.
We don't know what to do with our hands.
He really wants you to look at the wall behind him.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
So I guess what just happened?
Oh,
man,
we're
you're going to
staying in the-
explore the Elsa, huh?
Yeah. we got some crew members we want to talk to.
What just happened was, so Shion snuck off and stole an experimental mecha, and then got ambushed and almost died. And Cosmos bailed her out, and then the Elsa bailed them both out.
Yeah, this is where Cosmos officially joined your party. We've had her in fights before, but we kind of had like an avatar of her, and that her consciousness was. Does she have a consciousness? I don't know. It was fed into the simulation we were in. So we had her as a party member, but she wasn't actually there. Now she's physically present for our travels. Cosmos fans are not exactly eating as well with this one. 1 in 3 really heavily feature Cosmos, and she's kind of a plot device in this game. She bails you out when she needs to, but you don't get as much story with her as if people haven't played Xenosaga, and especially if they played like Xenoblade 2, if they know anything about this series, they probably know Cosmos. She's kind of the mascot. Super cool character.
Yeah. So now we've gone up from 1 mecha character to 3, and so party composition does end up mattering a little bit in some of the mecha fights coming up.
Yeah.
Especially because one of them, Zebulon, inherits Momo's ether skills.
Right. Would you say it's about the machine or the pilot?
I think it's mostly about the co-pilot.
Oh, okay. The option C. We're going to use this trap here. Traps, some of them fill your boost or your EC here. But the reason why we're doing this here actually is because we guaranteed to get the first turns of the fight if we engage with the trap. So for this 3-enemy fight, we were able to kind of clear them out pretty quick, like killing a couple of them before they could go. Pretty nice. So again, I kind of talked about this in the beginning. We haven't really seen mech combat since like the tutorial fight. It's a little bit stripped down. You still have your event slots. Boost and crit still matter there, but skill point doesn't matter anymore. And you don't really have access to break zones or a lot of the other things that kind of airing, downing that make the combat a little more flavorful. Let's see, let's do this. So, but each mech kind of has its own. Wow, a lot of damage.
I crit there.
That's super dead. Each mech kind of has a specialty. It either has physical ether attack. They have access to basic attacks that target different weaknesses. But then there are also special attacks, which we haven't seen yet, but we will when we fight the mid-boss of this area, where based on who the co-pilot of the mech is, you have access to different skills that have different effects, and they're usually very powerful. So we'll see a lot of kind of mech swapping throughout the run that's usually trying to match the right mech with the right co-pilot for the situation to make sure we're just maximizing damage. Our healing capabilities with the mechs are not great. Like Fatso was saying, only one of the mechs actually has access to ether skills. Momo is just the absolute MVP of the speedrun. Of course, it's Momo that brings any ether skill she's learned into her mech. Her mech is the only one that can escape, just like she can escape from battles. It's the fastest mech. Momo just kind of dominates everything.
Yeah. And it has some of the best abilities too.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing a lot of her mech, but we'll be seeing all three in almost equal measure. We're just gonna kind of swap out for what's relevant at the time. This is basically the only extended stretch you get in the game where you don't have to touch the controller. This is just a 45-second cutscene. If you're if you're really skilled, you can take a bio break here. I don't think I'd be able to make it in 40 seconds. But yeah, if you have anything to read right now, that.
Yeah, we have a 25 donation from PP. No, I should have read that name first. Peapot says, "Good luck, Fasta. Glad to see you play Xenosaga 2 in the marathon. Try not to get owned by the Space Pope."
No promises, Peapot. Thank you.
Thanks,
may
Peapot.
need some explanation.
You guys are gonna see a Space Pope.
Oh yeah,
I hope you're excited.
I am.
Seems like everybody's on board. This universe has a bit of a space Catholicism problem that we're going to have to address.
I remember my question from earlier.
Was it relevant to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, FF13 also has a glossary to study at the very beginning,
yes.
or whenever you want. So do you think FF13 also copied off of this game?
100%. I don't think there's any doubt.
They copied the concept of good combat.
Okay, so leading...
Ooh, I like it.
So leading into my follow-up here, since so much of our society here clearly comes from this game, do you think this game's status as a sequel reaches the heights of, say, a game such as Ninja Gaiden 2 for the Xbox 360, or what?
I don't think those heights are reachable, to be honest with you. I'm this game's biggest shill, but I don't think I can go that far back. I'm sorry.
You maybe don't play it regularly for 15 years or anything?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, it's some people's life's work, but it's not mine. I'm sorry.
Okay. What would you say the scariest enemy in this game is?
The scariest enemy?
4 normal dudes.
Anytime you're fighting 4 unassuming troopers, you're in for a bad time. That's the scariest thing you can find in this game is 4 grunts.
Is it because they're equipped with rocket launchers?
That's level 4, boy.
Okay.
That's level 4, big.
I want to apologize to the chat for working in like 4 in-jokes in a row.
We've had a fun time at Limit Break this week. It's been short, but it's already been very memorable.
I'm just keeping my friend's spirits up, so sorry about that.
This is the perfect opportunity.
I love these events. So this is my first RPG Limit Break. I've been to several GDQs. I've always wanted to get to a Limit Break. Like I said, I had the 2021 in my sights, and that was on the schedule, and unfortunately it got canceled. But I'm so happy to be able to make it here. It's just it's a great opportunity to hang with the community and hang with your buds you don't get to see day in, day out. And it's lived up to the expectations thanks to these 2 jokers here.
Nice turn cancel.
Hey, look at that.
You're going off right now.
Oh, you canceled his turn so hard it killed him.
We've gotten like nothing but crits here, which is amazing. These fights are you know, these are fights. Definitely fights. We're going the wrong way.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, so this dungeon, coming out of a dungeon that I wasn't a big fan of, this one I'm also not a big fan of. It's actually pretty interesting. Like from a speedrun perspective, I think it's a good dungeon. From a casual game design perspective, I really question some of what they were going for. Maybe they were going for something that I don't quite follow. But there's a lot of backtracking in this dungeon, which is fine for some games. I question its inclusion here. I should have boosted right away. It's okay. We're fine. We'll get that boost back, probably. We want to be at 3 boosts for the boss coming up. But anyway, there's a lot of backtracking. There's one room we're going to see 4 times, which is kind of incredible. It's actually kind of a feat of dungeon design that they managed to pull that off. But we're gonna go back and forth between mechs and characters. I think what they were going for in this dungeon is kind of giving you a sense of scale. Like we're gonna go traverse through the same room, a couple of the same rooms twice on foot and with the mechs, and like they kind of go out of their way to show you like how massive these rooms are when traversed normally. But the effect of it is that you're kind of just you kill all these enemies. We go fight the mid boss. We hit a button and then go back the way we came with no enemies because we already cleared them out. But also, the game doesn't really signpost exactly where you're supposed to go. We're all RPG fans here, right? So when we find the way we're supposed to go, usually we go the other way because that's where the good stuff is. If you follow that principle in this dungeon, most likely what's going to happen is you're going to reach a dead end, and realize that you should have gone the other way, and then go all the way back that way to hit a button to come back the other way, and now there's no enemies there. It's not the best. Let's see. Let's do this. I just want to, more than anything, I want to make sure that we leave this fight with 3 boosts. So we're going to take it a little slow just to make sure. Sometimes you think that you're going to have enough attacks to build your boost back up, and what ends up happening is you unexpectedly crit something and it dies before. And we talked about boost carrying over from fight to fight, but only a full boost gauge does. So usually it goes up in increments of like 1/5. So if you get 2 4/5 boost gauge, you leave with 2. It truncates it. So we definitely want to make sure we have 3 for this boss fight coming up. We're gonna do a little mech menu here. I'm gonna save again. This fight should be fine, but if it does go wrong and the enemy dodges us 15 times, which I've seen, we just want to make sure that we're gonna be able to continue from there. So here we go.
That's just getting the correct co-pilots in the correct spots, and also changing the party makeup.
Right. So the guiding principle behind this fight that's coming up here, there's going to be 2 enemies. We're fighting the same Jokers that we fought earlier, which they're characters. They're actually really funny. But we're going to try to burst one down because once it reaches about half health, or maybe even like 2/3, the other one will lose his mind and attack you with an attack that like pierces a hole in the space station itself. And it's very damaging. We don't want to see it. So we're going to try to, again, just really burst down once we reach that threshold. We also want to make sure they don't get the boost slot, because their boosting it definitely creates a problem in this fight. Ether, let's go. I think Zeb gets this turn. Okay. We didn't see the next turn window yet, so we weren't sure where the... Ooh, turn cancel? Let's go.
But that puts them on boost.
It's fine. We want to boost here anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's good. So we get Ether Spear on Zeb because she can do that. We're setting up for a big golden bow. She has 200 EC, which you can see at the top, which means she can do her level 2 special attack. I think this is fine. We're going to try to get him somewhere around like 10,000 HP, maybe a little lower. And then we're going to unleash Golden Bow, hopefully on crit. If Zeb's probably going to get this turn, so this might be the turn to go. That's a little high. I messed up my menu. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Not sure what to expect here, to be honest with you. I don't know what Ice Rondo actually does here.
E.
It does P.
It's time to settle
Okay, so I think we're gonna lean on Dina here. So we're problem solving in this fight right now. We're gonna lean on Dina to try to do the bulk of the damage here, but we're also gonna try to take as many turns as we can. Okay. And then we're hoping this does something valuable.
Man.
That was not that good. Okay,
there seems to be something wrong with Richard.
Yeah, we might see the big attack here, which will survive if we see it, but it's not ideal.
Oh.
It's fine.
You don't have golden. You don't have golden bow.
Right, he can't
Yeah.
break that.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah?
This is all according to somebody's plan, not mine. Okay, we got him. We got him. That crit saved me.
All right.
It really is the end result. You can say that I executed that fight well because the result was good, I think.
I shouldn't have doubted. That's on me.
Yeah. That was always under control.
Okay. Do you have the right skills on Dina?
For this, it doesn't matter. I'm
I
probably
guess
gonna redo
okay,
that
fair
menu when
enough.
we get out of here, just to make sure that we're kind of in a familiar spot. But for the rest of this fight, all we need is the Shotbuster, which is not a co-pilot skill. It's basically the main pilot.
Right.
Okay, so this guy likes to dodge.
So you're telling me it's about the machine?
It is, in this case, it is about the machine.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Okay, we need to take that boost turn from him. So yeah, this is Richard can dodge a lot. That's usually the problem in this fight. Sometimes the problem is that you mess up your menu and you don't have the skill you're supposed to have. Yeah. Okay, so hopefully this crits. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. We also actually, in this case, want to end the fight with 0 boost, which is unique to this fight and this fight only. Because the boss that we're going to fight at the core of this place will steal your boost at the start of the fight, and whatever your boost is becomes their boost. So we want to have none and not have to deal with that. Yeah, I think we're kind of at the point where like one Spiral Fist will end it if it hits. Ina might die before that happens, but if so...
Oh my goodness.
And Richard will also boost. He'll dodge and also take multiple turns in a row. Please hit. Okay.
All right.
We're
Easy.
yeah, there was never a concern. Thank you, Ice Rondo, for being completely useless. All right.
Good job, man.
Let's fix up
Thank
those
you.
co-pilots.
Yeah.
I think you had like Chaos and Deb instead of Jin, right?
Yeah, I have to undo one pilot swap and then redo a pilot swap. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna try to just reverse engineer the one I did and then do the menu I'm supposed to do.
Okay. That doesn't sound like anything could ever negatively happen as a
No, we're
result
good.
of that.
No, this is professional.
Also, by the way, there's the hole that would have been left by the
Okay,
by
so
the attack.
we do. No, this is very wrong. What do we want? We want Zeb and Asher. I'm gonna have to think about this one. We'll come back to it.
Okay.
Because we want a golden bow on Zebulon, which means that Jin needed to be on Zeb, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Which means Ziggy's needs to be on the bench. I'm not 100% sure where the other two are supposed to be. Let's see. We got Jin for sure on Zeb. Those two... We'll work that out later.
Yeah.
Big's been watching this whole thing like horrified.
You know, I did practice for this run.
I saw it. I saw most of it. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
He knows what he's doing.
Shout outs to people that can run RPGs at marathons because, yeah.
You're doing a great job, dude.
Thank you. You know, we're still on track. Like, yeah.
Don't Don't let all my obvious signs of being nervous fool you. You're doing great.
Maybe I can compensate for your nervousness. Maybe that's what I need.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're doing the aforementioned backtracking. We're going through all the stuff we went through before. We needed to go to that spot to hit a switch to activate a bridge. So we're gonna go back that way. We're gonna get out of our mechs and we're gonna do the next portion of the dungeon on foot. You got some enemy dodges there, and then a very, very scary boss at the end of the character section there. A boss called Orgula.
My girl.
That's our girl.
Apparently.
I think anybody that's played this game has had the Orgula experience. She has 2 phases. In the first phase, her speed is very high. Her evasion is very high in both, so we're going to try to blind her. But basically, in the second turn, she builds up a bunch of boost in the first turn by taking a lot of turns in a row, or taking a lot of turns. And then the second phase, she just boosts. She boosts as much as she wants to, which hopefully is not a lot, but it can be. And she has kind of the potential to like one-shot your characters at that point. We will have setup to try to deal with that, but it's one of those bosses that she's going to dictate the flow of the fight, and we're going to try to hang on for dear life until she's dead. Really, really fun fight to run, and from the people that have run this game, it's my favorite part of the fight to watch for other people that are running it, because it's definitely a test of your decision-making skills, because you're pretty much on the brink at all times. She's a very, very scary boss. I think while we're going through here as we approach the boss, if you've got anything else to read, I think it's good.
Absolutely. So we are, of course, RPG Limit Break. We are here raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved in the fight against negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. Remember, it's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it. And we have various ways that we're incentivizing you to give your donations to NAMI this week. One of those is that we do actually have prizes. If you enter or donate specific amounts, you are entered in to possibly win one of those prizes. And currently in this prize block, for just a minimum donation of $10, you can get your own copy of Xenosaga 2 for the PS2. So that is on offer now. There's also some other wonderful prizes. We have Super Mario RPG Switch game with a bunch of plushies. We have a Chocobo and Moogle small cube plushes that are available for the, for the Chocobo and Moogle, the minimum donation is a $5 donation. For the Super Mario RPG set, that is a $10 donation. And of course, we do have a couple of grand prizes, which are cumulative. If over the course of the entire first half of the marathon, you donated at least $75, you are entered to win a custom Game Boy Advanced, a beautiful Game Boy Advance SP. It's got a new screen in it. It's got some wonderful, one-of-a-kind art of our mascot, Mimi.
You won't lose.
And of course, for the entire week long, if you reach our 250 cumulative donations, you are entered to win the Buster Sword replica that is larger than some of our attendees this week. It is a massive thing and is just beautiful.
Oh,
Always lucky.
did we get it?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. So this, thank you for that, by the way, Ashen. So we have what I, in my splits, is called Worst Room. The reason for that is we have these encounters that we cannot actually, there's not enough room on the walkway to get around them without getting into an encounter. It's still faster because it's like 20 seconds to engage with them and then go around like that, rather than doing the fight. Mostly because we just don't get enough experience and skill points from the fight. Oh man, this guy. Okay, there we go. It's really, this guy's hitbox is really difficult to read. The previous enemy I got by, and he gave me like almost the best luck possible. If he's on the upper part of the walkway rather than the left part there, you actually just can't get around him at all, and you kind of have to wait for him to move. And so he was very cooperative there. We didn't have to wait for him. Hopefully we have enough space to squeeze. Ah, yes. Yeah, we greased up and got right through there. You have basically just enough space to get by these guys. This was actually like a perfect worst room here. So we're going to come back here, and then we should be able to go around. The great thing about this room is, since backtracking is the theme of the dungeon, we're going to have to do it again. There are fewer enemies next time, and we don't have the guy that can just completely lock us out if he's in the wrong spot. So it's not quite as bad on the escape, but on the escape, with little spoilers, we're going to be dealing with a countdown timer. So it's actually asking a lot of the player casually to go through a room like this with the countdown sequence going before the place explodes. We got a puzzle here. I like this puzzle. You're not granted all the information immediately, but like we're pushing weights onto this platform. Each unit is 1. The goal ultimately is, you see the numbers on the side. We want to put 8 units of weight on it so that we can actually get on the platform, and then have a 1 unit of weight on the bottom so that we can blow it up and get to 7 to leave the room. We got the puzzle segment of the dungeon here. One more puzzle room after this. Well, I guess I don't know how you feel about the tube room. I don't know if that's a puzzle.
It is the first time.
True. So here's everybody's favorite, the sliding block puzzle. I am a big fan of sliding block puzzles. If you don't like them, I am sorry, but I think these are great every time. The goal here is we are trying to slide these blocks to create a platform up to the upper area. And we have just enough blocks to get it done, because basically you can do all of them except for 1, and that's exactly how many we need. So the puzzle that requires a perfect solution. Most of the routing for this is just trying to minimize the number of pushes and trying to minimize the amount of movement, kind of optimize how much you're walking. Did find something faster than the guides, which is nice, but I still feel like there's probably a little bit that can be done to make this a bit faster. Maybe the blocks can move a little faster. I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah. It's a little bit more waiting than I would.
You get a lot of time to
personally
appreciate your solutions. Like,
Yeah.
Look what I did. This was pretty cool. I really put on my thinking cap for this one. Obviously, in a speedrun, you get the same layout, so you only have to solve it once.
Oh man, could you imagine if it was randomized?
Then your couch would just be filled with puzzle solvers that would try to brainstorm it for you.
Yeah.
There's a secondary puzzle there to get to that red door, which we will not be doing. But if we really love the puzzle that much that we want to spend time on it, it's there.
That one's kind of lame, though.
Yeah. I think that's fine. We have 2 enemies here that we're going to have to, again, there's just not as much space in the dungeon. The next dungeon after this that's on foot is one of my favorites, because you actually do have enough, kind of like the subconscious domain that we went through in the first disc, gives you enough space where you're pretty much just going around every enemy without these escapes. But there's still a lot of, these can easily be messed up because you just don't have much room. But this is a cool room. This is a lot of one-way tubes. And there's some side stuff you can get, but we're just going to take the direct path to the goal. I guess we should start thinking about the Orgula fight and the menu we're doing. So for Orgula, brake sensors is very important. So brake sensors is something that works only on mechs, and it lowers their dexterity. Whoops. Jump the gun. Dexterity and evasion, which both are going to be important. We want Orgula to miss as much as possible. She has an AoE. She can inflict poison. She can remove this brake sensors effect on her, but at least when she does that, it's a turn that she's not spent AoEing our party down. So we're going to try to land that, but it also has a dual purpose, which is that we want to be able to guarantee that we can hit her to start the combo, and her evasion is very high. One of the drawbacks to doing a speedrun like this, where you're skipping every encounter, if you do this normally, you probably have enough dexterity that you're hitting her most of the time. But in this scenario, we really need the help of a debuff to make sure that we can our combo can go off without a hitch. In addition to that, I don't think we had enough skill points for Thunder Sword on Cosmos earlier. This boss has 2 phases. One is weak to Thunder and one is weak to Flame. And we're going to need both.
Do I have time for a question?
Yes.
All right. So, given your natural ability to sneak around enemies as you were showing in this dungeon, would you say that makes you like the James Bond of like Xenosaga runners?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
100%. Shout out to
Absolutely.
Tastosis.
Yeah. We like ASL around here.
We do. All right.
I'm not going to apologize for that one.
You don't need to.
No,
You don't-
no.
Vic, that is why you're here, buddy. Oh man. Okay, so we're also going to change a party formation here. It's mostly to put Cosmos in the middle, but we also just need to get our active fighting party here. Sorry. Okay. Making sure we got everything we need.
I'll give that one like a 6.
After
6.5.
after how the last menu went, if we learn everything we're supposed to learn and everybody ends up in the right spot, then I'm calling it a
You could
win.
graduate with that menu. It's passing.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, scary fight, fun fight. We're gonna really hope that Orgula is nice to us. Again, we came in with 0 boost, so part of the challenge of the fight is getting our boost up. But we also want to land break sensors. So Momo has the boost turn here. We're gonna, whenever we have the opportunity to gain boost, we're gonna do it. But we can see that we already missed. But we also, so everybody wants to have 3 stock. That's great. Hopefully she doesn't clear it.
Of course.
That's our girl. So yeah, she has the ability to clear it. If she doesn't, it lasts. We probably should do Cosmos on the next one.
5 turns.
Yeah. Hopefully it lands. It does. It has a 70% chance of landing in this phase. I think we'll do one more with Momo here. And then we'll start stocking with her. We want everybody to kind of get up to 3 stock around the same time. Okay. These dodges are great. Help, like, you can spend the whole fight healing, and right now we're not having to do that, which is fantastic. We'll try to... We're 2 out of 3 on the boost now, so we'll keep trying to build that up. The poison there's a bit of a bummer. We're all set on boost. We are going to need to reapply the debuff. Oh, perfect. I honestly think she only had like 1 turn of the debuff left, so she spent a turn clearing it when it would have gone away anyway. So if we can get it to land, then we're pretty much good to start our combo. Or start buffing for our combo, I should say. Do one more attack. Okay. That might need to be healed. So, yeah, first phase is weak to Thunder, so we're going to get Thunder on everybody. Momo's going to be the main damage dealer in this fight, so she's going to need Ether Spear. She might need to heal Junior instead of casting Ether Spear here. Ooh, okay, so we're going to try to reapply the debuff here. If we have to wait a little bit and reapply buffs, then we'll do that. We want to make sure this combo goes off smoothly. Okay, we've been pretty lucky with it landing, not so much with her clearing it, which, you know, she's done multiple times, but if she doesn't clear this one, then it's still, I would say, is a pretty good phase 1 so far. That's a crit. Oh, she died from...
No.
That's incredible. Good job, Orgula.
So obviously, this means that you need to redo the setup.
Yeah, we're, let's do this.
Here.
So he needed ether points anyway. Let's do that. We don't want to start buffing with Momo because she's going to need to spend a turn putting Ether Spear on. And that will just eat into the number of buff turns she has, and we want to make sure she has as many as possible. Blind is a suggestion. And she can definitely still hit us, but it just happens less, which is what we're aiming for here. So as long as we can get Thunder Sword, we can get them on our remaining 2 characters. We're going to have one more attack from her. And then we can start our combo here for the first phase. Okay, she didn't clear it. She missed. We had nobody with poison. This is all good.
Eat this.
All right, so we're going to see a big combo here, but unfortunately her defense is just really high. We're actually not going to see that much damage here. But the goal here is to push her towards her second phase where her defense is a lot lower. But you can see these are all doing 200 as we're building the chain. Oh, probably should have done that on boost, but this is fine. But Momo's able to do a little bit more. If it doesn't push the phase, that's actually fine. It did push the phase. Okay, so we need to build up. So this is the more dangerous phase. This is where she can start taking 4 turns in a row. The blind from the first phase is going to clear here. We're going to have to reapply it. It's 50% now. We should have 4 chances to apply it before her first turn. She doesn't have full boost. She has 2 instead of 3, so that's in our favor. But definitely one of these needs to land. And anytime now. Once it lands, we can start stalking. She cannot clear the blind from this phase. Okay. So here we go. She is using... Okay, this lowers her HP and buffs her attack. Her attack is already pretty high. And we're counting the turns of the debuff. So that's 1 out of 5. We're definitely going to need to reapply it if... Oh, wow. That's it. That's great.
Love to see it.
Yep. Okay, so that's 2. She hasn't boosted yet, but she did hit someone full through the blind. She actually skipped her turn there. She's feeling sorry for me. That's 3. So if you spend too long in this phase, she'll go back to phase 1, which we absolutely do not want. But she'll lower her stats before that and give you... How? Okay. So that's 4. So her blind is going to be done. I feel like we should probably try to reapply it rather than heal there. I think heal with Junior. She's taking multiple turns here. I hope... Okay, that missed, but she might not be blinded anymore. Okay, she's taking another turn with raised strength.
Ooh.
Someone's probably dead. She's just going to choose her target. Oh, and she's choosing a second one. Oh. This... Okay, he's alive. Man, I don't even know. I think revive and then break sensors, but this is not a good situation.
This is prime Orgula hours, by the way.
This is amazing. Yeah. Okay. She attacked the one person that would survive that. I think we gotta heal. We're kind of expecting her to lower her stats like pretty much any turn now. I think she's inflicted enough pain for one time that I think she should be done soon. I really would like to land one of these though.
Cosmos almost at a EP.
Yeah. Oh wow, she's still going. She's still going. Okay, so this is her lowering her stats. At this point, she becomes eminently killable. Usually you're able to kill her before this point, but she has made it her business to make sure that was not going to happen. So we're going to just set up for a kill here. We have a limited amount of time. It's kind of like Albedo, where she's going to give us a couple turns, and then we have to pretty much have killed her by then. Wait. I think this should be a heal. Just I absolutely cannot lose a character there. And then Flame Sword on this one, and then we're ready to go. Let's see. So we want...
So yeah, again, the objective is to land on the skill slot.
Yeah, but we also want to build boost if we can. So we're going to do this, empty our stock on boost, leave this fight with 3. I cannot believe we survived this fight, to be honest with you. That was evil.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay, Orgula's dead. One of the scariest bosses in the run for sure. Thank you. What was the time on that? It was 8:27. That's fine. A good fight is like 5:30, but that's like just pie in the sky dream. Usually a no reset fight's probably going to be in the 7-minute range. So like it honestly wasn't even that bad. We did have to use a lot of our revives, and again, that's a limited resource. We have 4 left for the rest of the run, which is most likely fine. As long as we don't have too many fights like that. If we do end up, we have contingencies. It's fine. Like we'll get through it. But yeah, I'm honestly kind of glad that fight went that way because it really is a meme anytime I run this game. If anybody's gonna show up and make fun of me, it's gonna be during Orgula because you just kind of sit there and just hope she doesn't kill you. But that was a little worse than even normal. Anyway, okay, so Orgula's down. Skill points are great. We're pretty much set for the rest of the run in terms of being able to learn the skills that we need to, which is great. That's always a fear in a no reset setting is you miss a skill point kill or you get a little unlucky with your bonuses, and then you have to really kind of triage your skills in the late game when this is not the last difficult boss we're gonna fight. It's a challenging speedrun. It's probably a little less challenging than I've made it look because of some of the mistakes I've made. But it is a very challenging speedrun, which I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, we get to cap off this wonderful dungeon with a genuinely wonderful little counting puzzle here.
I enjoy this puzzle. I don't know how much sense it makes as a self-destruct sequence for this giant space station we're in. But it made sense to the designer, and that's really the only person I think it matters to. I can't imagine having to work in one of these places. These poor troopers. So yeah, we're setting the switches so that all of these little fuses kind of hit at the same time, and that will activate the self-destruct. We have 30 minutes to get out of this place before it will be destroyed. This place, by the way, we kind of didn't get into it. We're in the Ormus stronghold, which is
it's a stronghold for Ormus.
Yes, yes. Good.
It's just we were looking for the path to Old Milsha. The
Right.
fastest path is between these 2 black holes,
Right.
and we went there, and there's just like a building there.
It wasn't there like a cloaked. I think it was cloaked.
Yeah,
at the
it was
time.
it was a cloaked
There's a
building.
giant cloaked space station that's taking up the entirety of the space between 2 black holes, which, I mean, it's sci-fi.
Sometimes your luck is just that bad. Right?
Yeah, and we decided that instead of going around the black holes, we were going to go infiltrate this place and blow it up from the inside.
Definitely seems like the faster option.
Yeah, unless Orgula decides to kill all your party members, it might have been faster to go around. But yeah, so we've succeeded. We set off the self-destruct. We're gonna try to get out of here. Typically in speedruns, if they give you a countdown timer for an escape, usually we're able to meet those demands. It is a speedrun after all. I think this 30-minute timer is going to be something like 25 when we get out of here.
To eliminate the enemy threat.
Yeah, so there is a mecha boss coming up at the end of this section.
There is. I'm thinking about the menu already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly just making sure Golden Bow is up, right?
Yeah. Golden Bow is already that's already set up. We have Jin on Zebulon, which gives Zeb access to Golden Bow. The other one is going to be Dina with Chain Blast, which I believe is Chaos. Hashtag Know Your Game. So we're going to put Zeb and Dina in our party. We're going to have Chaos piloting Dina, which I'm not sure if that's already the case because we kind of goofed the last menu. So we'll just make sure that's the case. We don't have a save point, actually, during this escape. I think they probably didn't want you to get stuck in this save sequence. So they didn't give you any save points at all through this point. The boss fight at the end is like mostly pretty safe. It's like a simple enough mech fight, but definitely we've seen extreme edge cases where you can get wiped, and that one's no exception. Yeah, we'll probably be fine. All right, and so we have to go through this room again. That is okay, I think. We saw how much of a squeeze it was the first time we got through, so we really have to be precise about engaging them when they're at the proper spot. The part that makes that so hard is that their character models are not 100% indicative of like what space they reside on this walkway. If they're on the inside part of the walkway there, we kind of want to have them. Oh man, yeah, it's good. We want to have their foot kind of be like off the edge, but on the other side, it's like there's not really a clear visual cue for this. And then this one is just like, who can you tell where they are on the platform up there? Because I sure
idea.
can't. So I just kind of default to bringing them towards the near side because that's usually a safe bet. If it fails, we will try to reset them up. Most of the time you get through here, but we get to just spray here. Oh, look at this.
Easy.
Too good. Too good at this game.
That's true. 007, dude.
007. Just James Bond zealot. Okay, so then this one is also challenging because that one should be good. He sees us. You could see, like, he kind of saw us at the same time we saw him. So if he was in the middle of the platform, we were kind of up a creek. But he was, I think, far enough to the inside that we should be able to just get away. And if we get through here, that means we were 7 of 7 in worst room, getting through on the first try, which is amazing if so. Yes.
Okay.
Squeezed right through. Okay.
Yes. Cool. I love it. I love it.
I love it.
Stay tuned for Albedo.
Little appetizer for you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's that. Oh, yeah. Fatso pointed this out earlier. That hole in the back right that you see there. That actually is created by the attack in the Scudam and Pylum fight. We skipped it through some miracle, and the game just doesn't. The game expects that if you beat that boss, you saw that attack, so it puts that little hole in the space station whether you see the attack or not, which is one of those like speedrunner things that I just think is so cool. But we by all rights should have seen that attack.
Or was it Ice Rondo or something?
It was Ice Rondo.
Ice
man.
Rondo, dude.
Ice Rondo.
That definitely made the difference there.
The 1,200 damage we got instead of 99,000. That's how easy this game is, man.
Yeah,
I missed 8,000 damage on that attack, and we still beat it.
Just hit circle, dude.
Just
that's all you gotta do.
That's it, man.
But
Just
you
attack.
can't hit circle in that. You only have the square and triangle attacks.
You know,
Come on, Big.
You know what I meant, dude. They're almost the same shape.
At least it's not the ABXY thing you have. Circle is circle everywhere. Sort of. Okay, so we're almost to our mechs. We're gonna be stopped by a member of Ormus, member of the Space Church. It's gonna be a 2-on-1 mech fight. It's another fight where halfway through they get access to much more dangerous attacks, so we're going to try to set it up so that we skip as much of that phase as possible. So Dina goes here, Chaos goes here. And I'm 100% confident in this menu. The mech menu should be the easy ones.
I'm glad. I would have been looking in the ether menu or whatever,
you know,
right? Like,
you're smarter than I am.
Hey, if you're confident, I'm confident.
Okay, good. We're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Except for Fatso.
Except
maybe.
for Fatso.
Yeah. The hater.
I have to be the naysayer.
Everyone that matters is on the same page.
I really hope Fatso's not right here. Then.
He probably is.
Fatso's always right. I've learned that.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna stock up. Zeb has access to Ether Spear, so we're gonna try to do an Ether Speared Golden Bow. This Ether Spear will last long enough for her to get 2 of them off. We hope by that point the boss is just above half health. Incoming damage can be a bit of a problem in this fight. We just kind of hope as many attacks as possible do not target Zeb, the mech on the left. So far, pretty much all of them have. This has been a run, dude.
I was wrong. You were right. You're good.
Okay, I didn't even. Oh yeah, I didn't even clock that I used the attack that I was hoping that I had. Okay, this is ether.
Ooh.
I kind of don't want that damage, to be honest with you. I'm gonna heal.
Oh, okay.
Because we're low on health, we're gonna push her into the phase early. I feel like we should play this one safe. Okay. So this will give me some time to stalk Zeb back up and reapply Ether Spear before we push the phase. I think I'm going to not do that one either. Okay. That attack went the other way. We should be good. Hopefully Dina gets the turn on crit here and crits. That would be phenomenal. Actually, we might end up getting the golden bow before the D field here. We should probably skip this, actually. Oh, of course we get another turn. Okay, well, it's ether. We intercept. There's a % chance of an intercept when they stalk like that, and I just had to go for it because of the ether skill. Like, that would have done so much damage if it actually worked.
It's okay. You still have the EC, so now...
Yeah. So now we'll cancel D field. When D field's up, Issachar will use Genesis on the next turn, which is an AoE that can do like 5,000 to your party, which is a lot.
Yeah.
We pretty much can't see Genesis. Like, if we see Genesis twice, we die. Have to cancel it when possible.
Yeah, so that's actually Golden Bow. That's an effective Golden Bow, is that it cancels status update.
Yes. So it cancels that D field.
Yeah.
Here it's back. We're probably going to see a Genesis before we're able to cancel this, which is fine. We're within the health parameters where we can survive that. And then, depending on whether it gets blocked or not, we probably need 1 or 2 more attacks to finish this off. I guess depending on if... Okay, cool. It didn't even crit, so easy. 3,700 baby damage. Okay, there we go.
Got him.
Cool.
Well done.
Thank you.
Everything went exactly to plan.
Sure. I'll go with that. When you see the victory screen, you can just, you can be pretty sure that everything went according to plan. A lot of stuff's happening here.
Do you know what any of it is?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
So the Elsa actually got stuck. They couldn't leave, but they got rescued by the Durandal, another big spaceship.
Yeah, there's a pretty exciting sequence there that you'll see if you play the game.
Yeah.
But now
Xenosaga 2 today.
Yeah. If you get anything from this whole run, is you should play these games. They're very good games. So yeah, now we kind of hit a bit of a roadblock in trying to get to our destination, which was the unsealed Old Miltia, which is now we're free to go there. So we're gonna be seeing that next. Going back to our ship, and we're gonna fly there. If you have anything to read, I think now's a good time.
Absolutely. We do have a $10 donation here from a Puexel. I hope I'm reading that right. A fellow member of the Alan Ridgely fan club here. Loving the Xenosaga 2 run so far. Good luck fast on the back half. Also, Izuki!
Thank you, Puexel. Appreciate it.
Big Papa P. We love you.
Fellow Xenosaga enjoyer.
And
I'll show you how different we are.
Oh man, I love the characters in this game, man. Sorry, if you had more.
Yeah, I just do want to plug our future incentives here a little bit, because we do have for our next run, Indivisible, a bonus cat % run that is currently sitting at $214 out of $250.
Ooh.
That one it's very close. I feel like we can reach that really quick here. And then also we do have for the Super Mario RPG remake, there's a Fight 3D Colex incentive that is currently sitting at $1,411 out of $2,500. So that one's also getting up there.
Oh, meet that one for sure.
Yes. So a bunch of great incentives and things to look forward to. Please go ahead, as you are giving your donations, make sure that you're scrolling down, making sure you're putting them towards an incentive. We have a lot of really cool things that you can inflict upon our runners.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so we're going to go touch the save point here because even though we want a boss fight, it doesn't heal our mechs, so we were going to have our whatever the HP we had at the end of the last fight. So all set there. So I guess we'll talk about the old militia section again. So we're gonna go through another mech section. This one, we're going to be seeing a lot of different mech compositions. We're going to be seeing some different enemies, and so we'll try to change our party around a little bit to best target their weaknesses. But we're also going to get a pretty powerful mech equipment in this area that's going to kind of change how we fight some of these. We'll see us fighting the same enemies later and using different tactics. The boss drop that we got from the last one is guaranteed. And it's Emax 300, which what that does is without that equipped, your mechs can only use up to level 2 on their special attacks. So we saw Golden Bow and Chain Blast in the last, which were you stock up to 200 EC, which basically you skip 2 turns in order to do that, or you build 25 EC with every attack you do. And then you're allowed to do the level 2 attack. The level 3 attack exists for every mech, but only can be used if you have Emax 300 equipped. And we got one as a guaranteed drop from the last boss. We're going to pair it with an item that we get in this next area called Quick Charge. I want to say Quick Charge, which starts you at EC 100 already. So that allows you to already use your level 1 special at the very start of the fight, which is pretty huge for a speedrun. And then if we want to use a level 2 or level 3, we're one turn quicker there. And we've seen how enemies kind of gang up on you. So, from here on out, just kind of assume that we're using our resources to try to clear out enemies as quick as possible before they kind of snowball critical mass on boost and get us in a situation we can't really deal with.
Mm-hmm. One thing that's interesting about this segment in particular is that there's going to be a lot of different menuing just to switch the party around.
I realized that's the menu that I did before the last boss. I was like one menu ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just getting ahead of myself.
Yeah. Yeah, and just in each case, just preparing the party for the next fight, get some advantage.
Yeah, so like we used a boost to get onto boost to try to end this fight quicker, and then we missed. But at least we keep them off of boost when we do that. Evasion just is kind of a problem when you're as under-leveled as we are. We deal with it as best we can. This is a little on the unlucky side. Crit? Nah.
Imagine critting on crit slot.
I know.
Imagine not critting on boost slot.
The enemies are cheating. They're reading the code, I think. So yeah, we swapped in Asher because he usually hits more often than the other one does, which absolutely did not work there. But he just does a little bit more damage to these enemies. This is one of the times where Zeb Momo's mech is not in there. Just does a little bit too little, even though she's the fastest one. She just does a little bit too little to these mechs. But this is the better pattern here. You can get 3 enemies here instead of 2. I think we shotbuster the other one.
These enemies are weak to beam, so Dina's really good against them. And also shotbuster, very effective.
Yeah. Do that. I think if this crits, it might kill. There we go.
Easy.
Thank you, crit slot. So yeah, a couple quick fights here, and then now we get into some enemy dodges. We're gonna get that aforementioned item and do a menu, but we have a little bit of space here. The mech is slow, so mech dodges can be pretty tough just because anytime you're dodging, enemies are faster than you are. You're trying to get them to the edge of their tether radius and then go at the opportune moment where they have the most amount of delay or stun or whatever. We're going to try to pull this guy to the outside here and then take the inside path. That should be good. Okay. Because he can see you and chase you, and they're fast enough that guy for sure will catch you. So the menu we're going to do here, we're going to equip the Emax 300 and the Quick Charge. We're going to get Zeb back in. Zeb really makes good use of those two items because Zeb has some AoE skills that we're going to want for some of the multi-enemy combats coming up. Sure. Why not? Please don't rate that menu, thank you.
I wasn't even thinking about it.
Oh, good. I played myself.
Zoned out there.
Yes, I love it. Okay, so we talked earlier about there's one segment address, like the red door kind of side quest, that we are going to go out of our way. We're going to do actually 2 extra encounters in order to get this item. The item in question allows us to learn the first combo skill for our characters, not for our mechs.
Yeah, and that's basically the character equivalent of the quick charge that got picked up.
Exactly.
Start on one stock with each character that has the skill learned, and that's excellent.
Very, very good. Yeah. The more resources you can bring into battle, the better. So we're going to use this stocked EC 100 to just immediately kill 2 enemies, and then 3 down right away in this 4 enemy fight. Like, obviously, the more enemies that are left alive. Nice turn cancel. Let's go.
Easy.
The more enemies that are left alive, their turns just take a long time. It's not even about the incoming damage. It's just we don't want to give them many attacks. Okay, so pretty big menu coming up. We're gonna learn.
It's not about the damage. It's the boost slot.
You'll get these references later. Don't worry.
I'm watching this one though.
Don't worry. We'll get there. And for the first time ever, they're not gonna say the line. All right, so pretty big menu here. I'm gonna just do it and maybe explain it after, or maybe Fatso can talk about it. But okay. Yeah, we were still on base skill point, weren't we? Cool. Honestly, good menu. I just didn't have enough skill points for it because we've been a little unlucky.
I didn't dare talk during that.
No, that's good. That's good. We that's
Just good on both of you.
yeah. Team effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, I feel like my contribution.
The big thing in that one was obviously we learned first combo with everybody that's going to be in our party, and also we learned Ice Sword with everybody. So not even just the 3 that are in our main party, but with a 4th character that is not in our party. Yes.
For reasons that will become clear later.
Totally. But yeah, we have basically to kind of get ahead a little bit, we have a boss fight at the end of the next character dungeon that we're going to fight in kind of a unique way, where we're going to use our bench, which is a thing that actually exists in this game. You can always swap characters in, but unlike Final Fantasy X, they don't get an immediate turn. So it's useful in certain circumstances, and we used it in the Scoot and Pylon fight. We're going to use it in circumstance coming up here, but it's not as abusable as some games where your reserve party can, just jump on the battlefield. But yeah, we learned Ice Sword with everybody, and first combo is just I'd say the biggest change to this game's route since I initially routed it back in, I don't even know what it was, 2016 or something, was the addition of first combo. Just deciding to go that far out of the way. This is a tough dodge right here. Almost. But yeah, rerouting around the idea of having an extra stock at the beginning of every fight made things just more consistent, and probably faster in most cases. But yeah, the enemy dodges in this section are pretty tough. There's one that I would consider to be the toughest dodge in the game that's coming up a couple screens from now. I'm hoping this guy's in a good spot. Okay, he got stuck. Okay, we're good. We're good.
I never had a moment of worry.
Yeah. You kind of expect running this game. The dodges are tough, but also there's just some really unfavorable patterns that like really demand a lot of precision. I typically kind of expect to have at least 4 or 5 dodges that could have happened but ended up having to get in and escape. This one is one that you can't escape from unless things go absurdly in your favor. So it's better to just kind of take the sure thing here. All right. PS2 is my favorite era of RPGs, by the way. Have a lot of nostalgia for the PS2 era because I got my first job and I just remember going to like GameStop and just like looking through game manuals and like reading GameFAQs reviews and just like really deciding what I wanted to spend my money on. And I was just almost exclusively looking for RPGs. And PS2's catalog and like JRPG catalog is enormous. There are so many good PS2 games, PS2 RPGs. All right, so this is the impossible dodge. I actually have not gotten it since being here. Hopefully we got far enough that we don't get a second encounter. You have to just take a very, very specific angle and turn at like the exact time. It's a really tough thing to practice because there's just not really a save point near here. But, we get in, we escape. It's just a little slow.
And it double sucks because, like, I think that's considered like an ambush, so they get a turn. They all get turns before you, or are they just fast?
I think it is actually considered an ambush. But yeah, I think those guys just always go before you.
Okay.
Yeah, those enemies are really fast. Okay, so here we have a fight coming up. We actually want a mech that's on our bench, but we're just gonna do the swap in combat rather than go into the menu here. We got a pincer, which is good. Here we're going to use the EC 300 skill for the first time, the one that we need the Emax 300 to actually use. If they turn, it could hit them in the back and crit and probably one-shot them, but that looks like it's not going to be the case. Okay.
Oh, man.
Man, they went for it.
They knew their win condition.
Like Zeb must die or we die. So yeah. The EC 300 skill you could see just did that AoE damage. We're gonna use that again for the boss of this area, which is my favorite mech fight for sure. It was really fun to route. We need to get Asher back in. Dina back in, and then... Alright. I feel like... No, we're good. I was just trying to think if the mechs were in the appropriate positions. So this one we can't get around. We actually have to fight this guy. This guy's tough. So in some fights you can actually move behind the enemy. We're going to see that later in the run as well, but here we have the space to go behind, which gives us a chance to get crits. We kind of hope that he stays facing that way so we can get a crit with this one. And then we would want him to turn around before Asher's turn. That wasn't a crit, unfortunately. And actually, he's going really slow. But yeah, we're going to use these EC 200 skills. The fight can go a little faster if you get some crits, but... that doesn't look like it was our destiny. Nope. And I think we'll just wait for Wings of Light here. That might get intercepted. Alright, sure. Okay, sure. Asher's just not getting a turn. So yeah, that attack hurts. Okay, there's our crit. Cool. So that's the last fight before the boss. It's a really interesting setup for the boss that's coming up. There's the boss and then 4 enemies. It's those really fast enemies that we've seen throughout this area. And our goal is to clear out all of the ads, and then the kind of the gimmick of the boss is that it has a shield up where you can't really damage it until you hit it on the same event slot twice. So we're going to try to set up everything where that will kind of be automatic. Hopefully, turn order shenanigans can play a role, but we're going to try to wear away the shield at basically the same time that we remove all the ads. And then once you remove the shield, the mechanic is based on the amount of damage you do on the next hit when it's analyzing. It'll do one of 3 things. The one we're aiming for is if it's between 2,000 and 3,000 damage that we deal, which we're going to set up to do that amount unless we crit, will shut off its ability to respawn the ads, which will make for a much, much faster fight. So we're going to need Zebulon in here for this fight because we want that 300 EC skill we saw that does the big AoE, because that'll one-shot all the ads. And then we want to change pilots because Xion needs to be in Dina because that gives Dina access to Tornado Fist, which that can do obscene damage to this boss if it crits. I think it does a base of like 6,000, even if you're unlucky. All right, so this is a pretty choreographed fight. We're going to use all 3 of our boosts to set up just a very specific turn window here. And we hope we don't get turn canceled. So we're going to boost Zeb because we want to get up to 300 EC like ASAP and get Ether Spear. And then Dina to get so on the boost event slot, we knocked out half its shield. We need to hit it on boost again. If we do this right, Dina's next attack will just line up that way right after we do the big AoE. This turn window looks okay. It's a little weird. I think this one still works out though. Dina's going to stalk on the next one because nothing Dina can do this turn will really help. We're hoping Zeb is at the end of this turn window. Okay, that's good. And we're hoping the boss gets a turn like on the next one. So the boss should get a turn right here. Yes, okay. So now we're going to do the air skill, which knocks out everybody. And then we're going to attack on boost. And now it's analyzing its damage. So this is where we want to do between 2,000 and 3,000. Zeb would do too little here, so we're just going to take the turn to cast Hunter Sword. Unfortunately, Dina's going to be on crit here, which... Zeb is. So we'll do... This should do... Okay, perfect. So now we don't get any more ads throughout the rest of the fight, and we can just unload damage while it charges up its main weapon, which it probably will fire, but it's fine. Let's boost here. Oh, especially if it boosts it, yeah, it's almost surely going to shoot us. Oh, Ether. Let's go. And then this is crit, so we're doing Tornado Fist. Please crit. Yes, 9,600. Okay. It has like 1,000 something left while it's using... We almost skipped this attack, which is pretty uncommon. We also want to leave this fight at 3 boost, so we could speed it up by boosting, but the next fight, we're really going to benefit from having our boost intact. There's a really great cutscene actually before this fight, but sadly, you'll have to play the game. Just trust me.
Sadly.
I don't really understand why they were here in the first place.
They're guarding the bridge? I don't know.
It's like a ship. It's like a ship. It's just parked there.
It doesn't move. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we could have just gone by. It probably would not have been able to chase us. Okay, so that concludes the mech part of Old Miltia, which I guess this is new Old Miltia, as opposed to old Miltia that we saw in the beginning. The rest of the dungeon we're pretty much going to do on foot. We're almost so this is Labyrinthos. It plays a pretty big role in the third game.
Feels like half of the third game is in Labyrinthos.
Yeah.
Wild.
But the Margulis, who we've been dealing with, is parked at the center here, and we're gonna go deal with him. Jin and Margulis have a history.
Yeah.
Hence Uzuki.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like it's kind of, I guess, similar to all the disparate motivations of the cast of the first game, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's here for a different reason.
Right,
again.
yeah. Yeah. Everybody had a different reason to go to second Miltia, and then kind of the same here to get to old Miltia. All right, so this fight, so now you're going to see kind of the benefit of having, this is our first fight with first combo. We have stock already. And these enemies can be pretty tough. But we have pretty good tools to deal with it. So we're going to get Thunder Sword and Ether Spear on Momo because she will absolutely trash these enemies.
They know it.
Yeah, they're targeting her down. Again, we want to make sure that we leave this fight with 3 boosts because the next fight after this is terrifying. So we're going to try to maintain as much boost as we can here. We should have just gone straight to Cosmos. That might have been better, but I think we can get away with 2 attacks with Momo here. That would be great. We gonna do 25? Yeah. No.
Close enough.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, ooh, turn cancel. That's not great. I think that means her buff might run out before we can kill the second one, but...
Oh, right. Turn cancel actually takes that turn.
It does, yeah. You lose a turn of buff if you do that. Either way, like if we have to... Can this get... Yeah, this will get us enough. Trying to math out like if this will be enough boost to end at 3. And yeah, it should get there pretty easily. But yeah, doing 1500 damage. Cool.
Easy.
Yeah. So I've watched a lot of like casual playthroughs of this game. And the farther you get into the game, like if you're kind of struggling to grasp what the game's putting down as far as like the way you're meant to engage these fights, like if you're treating this like you're treating an RPG where you just go in and attack and maybe use a magic spell, these fights will take forever, like absolutely forever. And I think a lot of people's kind of negative impressions of the game come with just not having fully connected with how the game, what the things that you can do in combat, basically. It actually reminds, it's kind of funny. It reminds me a lot of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, where you have a lot of the same ideas. You kind of have like the topple and you stack damage multipliers, do really big combos, and you kind of build resources throughout the fight and then just kill things in one big burst. And that's the same idea at play here. The difficult part, because like you see a lot of the encounter is stalking and buffing and all that, and if you count that as like inaction, I think you can see. I think maybe the combat might feel a little boring, but the decision on if you're healing, if you're stalking, trying to get all the stocks to line up, making sure that you're reading your event slot properly, trying to deny the enemy their event slot. There are so many things that you're having to pay attention to, and it's different every time. It's the same kind of joy you get out of like a randomizer of a game you like a lot. That's like kind of the appeal of the speedrun for me. Is this puzzle's awesome, by the way. Somehow we need to. Yeah, we need to.
I'm so glad there was a bucket puzzle.
Yeah. If the water's even a little, like if it's ankle high, you just can't make it through there. You got to make sure it's exactly lined up on both sides. But that's a fun one to solve. But yeah, that's kind of the core appeal for me. Is just it's just a lot to pay attention to in fights, and your decision making is just always being tasked. Yeah, if you have anything to read, I think we got some time here.
Yes, we do have a few donations that have come through. We did have one that finished off that cat percent run. That's a $50 donation from an anonymous who just says, "Gotta see that cat percent." So thank you for that. That's going to be an amazing incentive in our next run. We also have a $20 anonymous donation, and that went towards the SMRPG Colex fight. Thank you for that. We have $10 from Dark Terex. Did I hear something about turn cancels? Didn't know that Mega Man 6 was in this marathon. Mystic Powers, grant a fast miracle.
I'm so glad there was a Mystic Powers donation. Thank you, Terex.
And Blue Metal with $10, who says, sorry I couldn't make it to the event for this run. Good luck, and may there be at least a miracle or two granted by those mystic powers.
Oh, thank you so much, Blue. So the speedrunning notes document for this game, if you're interested in speedrunning it, was created by Blue Metal. Blue's done so much for the Xenosaga trilogy speedruns. He's definitely he's been a world record holder in 1 and 3, and has put work into routing and cataloging for episode 2. So thanks a lot, Blue.
He would have added a lot of legitimacy to this run here, that's for sure.
So
we miss you.
it's tough to. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. All I was gonna say is what I want to know is how did these soldiers get in between all these webs?
They must be recent. Maybe the soldiers made the webs. Oh man. Yeah, Blue was gonna be able to make it out for the 2020 run that didn't happen. Unfortunate the way it worked out, but yeah, we wish you were here, Blue.
Me most. Yeah, me
Blue's got the lore on lock.
Yeah.
He's read the Ultimanias. He's studied Gnosticism and Jungian psychology. We just played the games, man. I don't know what you want from me.
One of us didn't even play the game.
Yeah, it's Vic's job to explain Udu, I think.
I think I took an Udu before the run, but that's about all I got.
Oh, man. Okay, so this dungeon, I love this dungeon. We have a little bit of space. You've seen we've been doing a lot of enemy escapes without having to get in and run away, although there's one in a room coming up here. The goal here is we want to unlock that central elevator to bring us down into the core, but they're locked. So we're going to go through some of these side rooms in order to unlock that, and that's mostly going to involve solving puzzles and destroying boxes. I don't know what's up with the boxes. Surprise! There's an enemy. Yeah.
I hate it when they put enemies in my boxes.
Yeah, it could be an item. Like these boxes there's great items in here, and there's also enemies. You just blow them all up, and it's like
It's got to be
like
such
Christmas.
to look at the rotation, the duty roster, and realize that you're on being stuck in a crate duty.
Okay, so we picked up a pretty important item there, or a pretty useful one. We used one earlier in the run, the Rejuvenator DX. I used that on Orgula just because knowing there's another one here, it felt like the best place to use it, just to try to stabilize that fight. We're going to pick up that and another item later in this dungeon that are going to really help us in the final push. This is the one encounter we are forced, well, quote-unquote forced. It's another one where you could technically dodge it if you pull the enemy back, wait around, hope it turns the right way, and then, yeah, it's just... The odds of all that happening are kind of low, so it's... Unfortunately, they all go first, but it can also be only one enemy instead of 3, in which case you'd get a quicker escape, but now we're home free. As long as we're good and dodge everything, we shouldn't see the battle screen until we actually have to fight. This puzzle is sweet. I actually really like a lot of the puzzles in this game and in this dungeon in particular. There's some questionable non-puzzles in this game, but there's some actually really, really good ones. This one, you've probably seen this style of puzzle before, where the spinners bring the walls that they're attached to. The cool thing with this puzzle is you've got the 2 side chests, so there's 3 different solutions to kind of go for, but also because of the glass floor, you can just exactly see everything that you're doing. It's just a nice little compact puzzle. We used to get an item from there. It took an extra 35 seconds. The item was a boost max. We used to need 2 of them for the Margulis fight at the end of this dungeon. Whoops.
If that puzzle was in the Damarung, you wouldn't be able to see through the floor.
Right. we're getting better as we go along as far as puzzles, and then shockingly worse at the end.
Yeah.
So we are still going to get a boost max, just one of them, but there's one that's kind of on the way. Part of the route was kind of reworking the Margulis fight to only require 1. Margulis fight is when it works, probably the thing in this run I'm most proud of. But the when it works is, if it doesn't work, it's such a tough fight. How long did your first Margulis fight take, Fatso?
Something like 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that fight, if you... again, the idea behind the speedrun is enemies get more dangerous as their health gets lower. You try to set them up at HP thresholds to do one big burst and just try to combo them to dead from as high HP as possible. Margulis gets access to just more and more skills as his health goes down. But in particular, he can summon a shadow clone of himself that does full damage and also will periodically heal him for 5,000 health, which is a lot of health. That's like a quarter of his max health. And that can just keep happening. He can just keep summoning clones and keep healing. It is really a fight if you... one, if you're underleveled, but two, if you kind of just let it get into later phases. And then at the end of it, he has a countdown to just an automatic wipe. So then he puts a clock on the fight as well. So if you're struggling to kind of keep up on... staying afloat, getting everybody healed while you're trying to stalk and all that. Yeah, you got that on top of it. Really, really tough fight. We're gonna kind of tackle it in a unique way. So yeah, we went out of the way here for that Rejuvenator E. That's the most powerful consumable item in the game. It fully restores the HP and EP of your entire party. I don't think that works. Yeah, that's good. We are going to hold that probably for the Space Pope fight, which is like the kind of the most difficult fight in the run. Basically the final boss. There's a story final boss afterwards, but Space Pope is something we want to kind of be as prepared for as possible. It's not even just about a safety. Being able to use one item for all your restoration can actually just make the fight faster too, but for a marathon setting, there's no reason to not have it. It's such a get out of jail free card when you're in a bad spot. I think Space Pope plans to put us in jail, so. All right. So, dodge is going well.
I'm more worried about the gauntlet.
You're right to be worried about the gauntlet, my friend. But the absurd bad luck that I saw yesterday probably can't happen again.
Probably.
That's true.
Yeah, it's statistically unlikely to happen again. Yeah, so the end of this dungeon, which are after all these puzzles. This is a cool puzzle too. This one we're knocking blocks over.
Yeah. This one is especially fun to like try and find a solution that will get you both the item and the progression at once, instead of having to reset between them.
Yeah. There's a lot of puzzles in this game that, offer a path to the goal and then offer a path to a side reward. In this one, there's a few that do it, but very appreciative of the ones where you can get both at once. We actually don't need the item here, but I like thumbs up for the design on this puzzle, whoever designed it.
I'd laugh if it's the same person who designed the one coming up.
Yeah. Odds are. So anyway, as we're getting towards the core of this place, it's basically just the biggest combat challenge in the game. We're gonna go through 4 consecutive fights. We've mostly made quick work of non-boss fights in this game so far, kind of addressing the concern of normal encounters take a long time in this game. So far they really haven't, but we're gonna go through some mandatory ones that are very difficult. 2 of them have 4 enemies, which we've talked about 4 enemy fights before. But yeah, the fact that they can combo so many turns in a row and build a lot of boost, and they also have team up attacks that will down one of your, we use Aaron down to multiply our damage. They also will start using that tactic to just one-shot party members. Even Cosmos, who has twice the amount of HP, is not immune from dying to that. So our goal is going to be to, damage control at the start of the fight. We want to take out the enemies. First of all, the enemies that can combo with each other. But the more pieces we can take off the board with our first combo and our 3 boost going in, the safer we'll be. But that fight can spiral out of control in a hurry. The tough thing with E-fights is recovery. Oops. This is mashing, not cutscene skip. The tough thing with these is that, because we haven't done any side questing, we're kind of limited on our restorative items. Like we have a revive S, but it brings someone back to life at such low HP that if the enemy gets another turn, they're very good at targeting low HP low HP party members. I don't know how. It's not that they're hard coded to do it, but they do it in such frequency, and I don't think this is confirmation bias, that I think that at least there's some kind of weighted principle towards them attacking low HP party members. But yeah, you can just end up with enemies characters of yours chain dying and having to use revive after revive to keep them up. We kind of saw that earlier in the run.
Reminder that this is like a computer lab where people worked.
Yeah. Hostile work environment, like a hostile architecture. There's this central pillar here. We're trying to get in this room, but it's like locked and suspended in the air, and sometimes it's a bridge. I don't really know. When you think about these dungeon areas as real places, you really kind of got to scratch your head a little bit. But I don't see any workers here, so it seems like it seems like they're working remote. Okay, so we're coming up. So we're going to analyze the data we've been talking about within Kanan's heads from all the way back in the beginning of the game.
We didn't even say the name Kanan.
Yeah.
He's just been tagging along the whole time.
He's there. Yeah. We see the back of his head right there. That's Kanan. So Jin's gonna stay behind to do this while we press forward to deal with Margulis. But Margulis and Jin are like mortal enemies, so we'll see if Jin plays a role in the fight. But yeah, he will leave your party here. So if, the old route actually used Jin for all of Disc 2 in place of Cosmos. They kind of fulfill a similar role in the party. The route changed to include Cosmos rather than Jin, primarily just for skill point reasons. You get access to Cosmos earlier, so you're able to start kind of building skill points for some of the high skill level stuff that you need later. And Jin was kind of struggling with that with first combo in particular. But we used to lose Jin for the gauntlet here and have to use Cosmos, who didn't have as many skill points at the time, and so overall the switch to first combos kind of smoothed that out as well. So yeah, we're going into the isolation area. This room coming up, that's going to be the 4 straight enemies. We're going to have 3 normal fights and then a fight with Margulis. Our goal is for all 3 of these first fights to take about 3 minutes, and then the Margulis fight to take about 5. We are going to save here because these fights are very, very difficult.
This is a brutal segment.
Yeah. You can argue if there's like a single fight that's harder in the run elsewhere, but I think there's no harder overall segment of the run. Like, none of this stuff is free, and it's just 15 minutes of combat decisions coming up here or more.
Quick side trip for some consumables.
Yes. Yeah, that Antidote H will clear a bad status that Space Pope can put on if we get unlucky. Okay, so here we go. We're going to have 2 troopers and 2 of these little ATST things. We're going to try to take the troopers out first. They're weak to Aura Sword. Momo's going to be the primary damage dealer for this fight, and everybody else is kind of play support. We're hoping they don't get boost. We got the boost slot here, which is great, and also we outsped them here, which is that's a pretty good start. I think they are going to get a boost turn coming up right after this. I'm hoping Cosmos is fast enough, but I'm not confident. Okay, they spread their damage out a little bit, so I think we actually just go. They actually have a boost too, so I've got to be... we can also miss. So I'm going to Junior because he has the highest accuracy. We want to make sure that we lock in the... Okay, we got a break bonus too, so... Okay, cool. So we got our boost back up. Now that they're broken, they can't be missed. Cosmo's going to launch. Did I do Thunder?
On Cosmos.
I did. Okay. Whoops. Still enough damage. Okay, so we're going to just keep stalking with Momo because she's going to be our damage dealer. Junior's going to heal whenever he can. And also, he'll probably be the one that starts combos just to increase our chance of not missing. I'm gonna go for this here. I think we're not gonna quite kill him with it, but I think we'll do enough.
It's too bad about the thunder, but like,
Yeah. What you gonna
seems
do?
like it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, as long as we kill them. Okay, that's fine. So now, actually, I'm gonna build a little boost here. So now we are still gonna use. We saw Momo kill these guys with Thunder Sword earlier, so that's gonna be the plan here. I'd like to see you stay alive. Okay, that's fine. By the way, there's a whole other mechanic where you can boost somebody, and you can do both of them select Medica 2 at the same time, and you can heal your entire party with it. Like there's there's a lot to this battle system. I should have cast Thunder Sword there. It's fine. But yeah, once we have the 2 troopers down, we're not at risk of the fight going completely sideways anymore. Should have waited one more turn. That's fine. Thunder Sword. I think I'm going to try to go for launching them and hope they don't boost. If they don't boost, they will just fall down to earth. And then Momo can...
bad luck.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. What do we do here? We just attack. We're probably going to have to buff again. I'm just going to actually do this. Okay.
Probably enough crits.
Yeah, definitely didn't need it as much there, but that's fine. Yeah, the end of this fight was a little... Oh, turn cancel. End of this fight was a little sloppy, but I'm overall... Oops.
Nice.
That's fine. He'll contribute. We're crawling our way to the finish line in this fight. Okay, Ether Spear. We want to leave this fight with as much boost as possible as well, so... I wonder if Momo's next. I'd really like to not boost to her here to try to save 3 for the next fight. If she's next, at least we get some damage here.
Oh, bad luck
bummer.
again.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Ether. Oh, yeah. Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
I needed stock.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we end it here. I think we get our boost and we can move on to the next one. Cool. Okay. Totally fine with that. Like I said, 3 is a really good time. This one's probably a little closer to 4, but it can be 7, so. All right. Totally fine. We take those. All right, so now we're going to use... We picked up 3 biospheres throughout the run, which just fully heals your party in menu, if we can find it. There we go. So the next fight has a different enemy composition here. There's only 3 of them. The 2 on the outside are weak to fire and physical, so we're going to use Cosmos and Junior as the primary damage dealers. And then Momo is going to use Aura to kill the center one. The center one mostly debuffs, which can cause problems. Sorry, Flame. But we're going to try to eliminate the damage dealers first. Hopefully we just don't get the wrong debuffs on the wrong people. If they do their... Hopefully they... Oh, that's really nice. We just kind of want them to spread their damage around. All right, that was a pretty big hit. The crit there. Made up for the miss. So this is heavy. We don't want this on Junior. That's on Junior. Okay. So that's going to really handicap our damage here. It probably means that I want to put Attacker on Cosmos because I think that makes her the primary damage dealer here, which means we kind of need to go a little further and hope... You know what? We just got to go. We'll go back to her. We got to take one enemy off the board, even if it's inefficient. Because he could be doing like 1200 here instead. I think 1 will do it. Is that 1039 or? He has 4 HP, I think. 24. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't go on Momo. Should I even say that? Because that's where it's gonna go, right? No. Okay. Did I cause this? Do I cause RNG? But yeah, we got the good thing here. I still think I want Attacker.
Have enough turns left, or do you need to
I
reapply swords?
don't know. I think I'm going anyway, though.
Eat this.
I think we don't have enough to go back to Junior. Yeah, okay, that's fine. He's... Okay, cool. That actually just barely worked. We take those as well. Okay, so now really the only thing that matters in this fight going forward is that the L-Ether PD, basically physical... how are we doing this? Let's build boost. I should have done CB. It's fine. We don't want the Ether attack down. This one right here. We don't want it to land on Momo. Okay, been pretty lucky with that one at least.
Thanks,
The junior debuff was the only real miss. But we also want to leave this fight with 3 boosts, which is like every fight here is tough, so we want to make sure we have enough boost for every fight going forward. I think we might only have 2 going into the next one. Maybe this won't
You
kill.
get a full boost. Oh, it still won't matter.
Might not kill, actually. Oh, it did. Okay, so we only have 2 going to the next one.
I feel more like a combat model these days.
Should be fine. 3 is ideal, but... So 318, that was a good fight.
Yeah, just the one wrinkle.
Yeah. 1 wrinkle is all it takes sometimes for the fight to spiral.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Sometimes you get the wrong 2 wrinkles right at the start.
Oh.
Man.
Yeah, there are some amazing edge cases you can see in these fights where it's just over by turn 3. Okay, so this is another one. This is 4 troopers. The ones on the outside can do the combo attack, so they need to die ASAP. Normally we would be a little looser with boost just to make sure one of them died, but we have to be a little more conservative here. We just kind of hope that the turn orders line up a little more in our favor. As soon as... Ooh, the blind. Okay. The boost slot's not going to line up, so we're probably going to have to absorb a couple more attacks coming our way. And also Momo's probably going to be in this turn window. Alright, what are we doing here? Build some boost, I guess? Or miss? That's the problem. Our 2 people that need to start the combo are both blinded. Let's do this. Okay, so... We missed it again. Okay, that's tough.
Oh.
You just can't hit. This is kind of last chance. Oh man, this is not good. This is gonna be a tough one to recover. Trying to think what we can do here. Oh, something hit. That's good. Like once we can get rid of at least 1 enemy, I'll feel a little safer. It might be a slow crawl, but you know we'll get there. Eventually this blind will wear off. We just hope we're not dead by then. Okay. They've actually been, like, fairly nice to us. Okay, we need to at least get something. And then... Momo being in that turn window really hurts.
Yeah, so just to remind people, you can't normally boost to a character who's in the turn window.
Right. Right.
Mystic powers, grant me a miracle.
Like, No, I just can't.
At this point, does she just, like, unload on one of them?
If we thought we were going to hit, for sure. I can't hit. At least we have some boost to deal with now, but I think...
Here.
We're going to play this one out because if we fail this, we're just going to load the save after it and just do Margulis. I think you get the idea of this fight at this point. But yeah, this is one of those worst case scenario type things that's really hard to recover from. Just everybody being blind and like you expect them to hit sometimes, but we missed pretty much every time.
You got very lucky that they didn't boost that.
If they did, they deserve it. Man, I think.
Here.
Okay.
Mystic powers, grant me a
I think. Fortunately, we just don't get back to Momo in time. Her speed is like really working against us here. Because we need her. We need to be able to boost into her. Okay. She still have Ether Spear. Okay.
mystic powers.
Because I would like to
She
go
just
to.
did Ether Spear.
Right. She'd have Aura Sword. Sorry. Yes, like she's in every turn window here. Can we hit? I don't know.
Honestly, I literally think you just dump.
All right, we'll do it.
Get that guy off the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just need some momentum.
Yeah. Got to start the snowball rolling. All right, so we got one gone, and then this guy has a little lower HP, so he's gone. Ooh, and Momo's gone. We have 2 revives left.
Man, that is not
And
a
we-
lot of revives.
No, let's take the turn cancel here. Then we'll heal. What a fight, dude.
Really showing off the best of what this game can muster.
Oh man. We keep fighting though. Fortunately, they got the boost turn there. I want everybody to have at least a little bit of stock, so if they end up on the boost turn, they can build it back up for us. So we really want to have 3 boosts at the end of this fight too. Let's stock. But at this point, the fight is stabilized. We weren't always sure to win this fight. At this point, we'll win it. It's just, slow.
Mystic powers, grant me a miracle.
Mystic powers. Okay, I think we're gonna go straight from Junior to Momo. Yeah.
Eat this.
We don't air here, but I think 4 attacks kills. It's gonna be close. Not quite. Oh no, we got it. Okay. They stole the boost slot. They're actually really good at boosting onto boost as well.
Eat this.
I'm just kind of hoping Momo's next. I feel like she probably should be. Had I known I was getting the break bonus, I would have boosted her. All right, we're alive. What a fight.
Okay, what's the guess?
A 7? 658.
Oh,
That's pretty close.
wow.
That was pretty close. I think we should go back and save before Margulis.
I think you should probably go do that.
All right. So the Margulis fight can go very smooth. We have a pretty particular setup where we're actually going to use our bench. We're going to stock up with party members and then put them on the bench, which we haven't seen in this run and won't see after it either. But that allows you to build your combo even higher. Margulis has no elemental weakness. We put Ice Sword on, even though it basically does the same damage as a normal attack, just so we can build the chain. So we're gonna build. We're gonna stock up. We're gonna have 4 characters involved in this combo. First, we're gonna set them up with a little mini combo to put him at the right HP threshold, and then we're gonna use 4 characters to hopefully do like a 24 hit combo and kill him. We're also going to use the boost max so that we have a maximum of 4 boosts. We're using all kinds of resources here to try to make this work. But it's still subject to the vagaries of turn order and event slot order and enemy evasion. This guy pretty much cannot be blinded. I think he's like 90% resistant to it.
I'll send all of you to your graves.
All right, there we go. So we're gonna set up for a little mini combo. We don't want to do too much damage, but we want to get him a little closer. We also want to build our boost up to 4, or at least as close to it as we can, while doing some damage.
So you might have noticed that one of our party members is not the same as when we went in.
Oh yeah, talk about that for sure.
So in the cutscene there, basically like Jin bailed us out because we were getting menaced by Margulis. And so now, as a consequence, he joins the party and replaces, I believe, the 3rd slot.
Yes.
Yeah. So Cosmos was in that slot. So now Jin, who basically has essentially the same properties as Cosmos, has replaced her in that slot, and he participates in the first combo here.
Oh, I needed that to hit. All right, I think we need to bail on this combo. We are really not having a good time with the enemy evasiveness. Like this is some pretty bad luck. It's okay though. We work through it. I think part of the fun is just figuring out how to solve some of these situations you get in. So we just decided that was not going to work. We're going to bail. Let's rebuff. The fact that he's pincered usually means that we don't have to worry too much about misses, but that was just kind of an unfortunate circumstance there. Do that, I guess.
Yeah. The nice thing about having Jin and Junior on opposite sides is that you always have somebody who can hit the C zone behind him.
Okay. So we're not even going to launch here. We don't want to do too much damage. This is mostly about just doing a little bit and building up our boost. So this will put it in the right spot. I hope the event slots are still where they're supposed to be, but it looks good. We're a little behind on health because of all that, but so Jin is full stocked. We're gonna send him to the bench for Cosmos so that she can build up stock. And we're gonna set up for one final combo. I think we're gonna have to spend a little bit of extra time healing here. Maybe I should have healed Junior.
We'll find out.
No, we're good.
No. Nailed it.
Yeah. Oh, man. So, again, it's a pretty choreographed fight that then you have to adjust when things don't go your way. We're going to spend a little extra time on this setup phase now just because of the healing. Usually we can kind of launch straight into it. Just the important thing is everybody gets Ice Sword. Ether Spear needs to go on Momo. Attacker needs to go on Junior. But we also need to kind of watch our health here. I think we can actually spare a turn healing here. We want Momo to go ahead of... Yes, okay. Once Momo jumps Cosmos in the turn order, that's our cue to start buffing in earnest here. Like, we need... let me do this right. We need every single turn of the buff that we have, so we have to make sure that it gets applied in the proper order so that they all have the maximum number of turns. But this all worked out right. There's one fly in the ointment here. If Cosmos misses twice, then we'll basically have to set up all over again. That shouldn't be the case, but, you know. Okay, so we're good. As long as she even hits once, we're fine. So now we are going to build boost, and then she's got all of her stock and built the ice chain. She's done her job. We're going to put her on the bench for Jin.
Yeah. So when Jin went to the bench, he lost any buffs that he would have had. So they need to be reapplied.
Right. So we're going to do that right now. I'm going to go slow, make sure we don't mess it up. And now Jin has Ice Sword just in time for the boost turn, so we're going to unload here. We're going to go to Junior next because we're going to hope that Momo gets the Ether slot afterwards. It's a 1 in 4 chance. If so, we'll do obscene damage here. Unfortunately not. So we're instead going to do crit with Junior. And then they're getting back hits here, which is pretty nice. Most of these are critting anyway. Momo gets to unload on boost and has a good chance of getting... oh, we might just be able to go straight to Jin.
Yeah, I think he goes straight to Jin. Nice.
Jin has to get the final hit in this attack, or in this fight. And we got it.
Beauty. Times 4. Let's go.
Well done, dude.
That was a good fight. I mean, for what we had to deal with there, that was incredible. It was 5-17, and like we're looking for something in the 4s, and that, yeah, I'm very happy with that fight. Whew, okay. That's a scary one.
Just had to suffer for like an hour or so,
Oh
dude.
my goodness, dude. It's all smooth sailing from here.
Agreed.
Space Pope. Yeah.
They actually call him Space Pope?
No, he's actually called the Patriarch. I don't know anybody that calls him that, though. Why would you call him Patriarch when you can call him Space Pope?
Now, good time to jump in with
Oh,
the
absolutely,
donations?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. We do have $5 here from Return of MCH. Thank you so much for that. We have $2 from Anonymous Dad, who says, such a great game. I also love the special enemies that control your mind. They're called the Hypnosis.
Oh, no.
No.
And $25 from Sif Moonweaver, who says, had to donate during Xenosaga 2. I enjoyed playing through all of these as a kid. Thanks to all the runners, commentators, and staff for a great event and supporting an important cause.
See, they do exist, dude.
Yeah, there are fans. There are dozens of us.
I was going to ask if it was double digits, so thank you.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah.
I guess we could do a quick story catch up.
Let's do it.
Basically, we beat up Margulis, and then the Space Pope blew up the world.
Yeah.
And then the world blew up. It turned into a space fortress.
Yes.
That's where we're at.
Yeah. Standard stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're all pretty caught up. All right, so we are going into basically the final dungeon of the game next. Again, it has mech and on-foot sections. Again, I would say the on-foot sections are a little better than the mech sections. But there's some pretty cool, unique stuff in this last dungeon. We'll circle back to dungeon design in this one as well. But we actually have a couple of boss skips in the last dungeon. Which we saw one skip earlier in the run where we kind of just like give an enemy a little head fake and they just locked in place. These two skips they function differently. One is very simple. The other, it's simple, but I can't explain it. I have no idea why it works. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Then we also have the Space Pope, which is kind of the crowning fight of the run. Two-phase fight that's very, very difficult. All right. I just went to second militia.
Gonna go clean out the sewers?
Let's do it. We got some side questing to do. I
Put up posters.
I don't even know what to say.
It was for Clear Tonic. He loves the sewers.
Oh man, we're taking the scenic route here. Oh, it puts me in the spaceport. All right. This is bonus content.
Never before seen.
I can't say that I've literally ever done that before. I promise you.
It's maximizing the amount of gin on screen.
I've finished. Yeah, I don't know what to say. All right, so now we're gonna go to the Omega system, which, yes, not the Foundation. There's a lot of areas of the game that we don't see. Most of it is the Foundation, Second Militia, just kind of side characters that flesh out the world, side quest stuff. A lot of mini games, some of which are very tedious, and some that are pretty cool. Generally, you're rewarded pretty well. You can be pretty powerful by the end of the game if you do a lot of the side stuff. Which we will actually get to see for the donation incentive that you guys helped reach. So that'll be fun. All right, so the first thing that's coming up here, we are again just like the Ormus Stronghold. We're going to use the mech and the characters kind of interchangeably to help the other one progress. The first thing we're going to do is ride the elevator down and hop out of our mechs and take on a fight.
You're going to ride the elevator down.
Down, yeah. We should just take the elevator to second Milsha, honestly. Let's see what kind of options we have on here. Unbelievable. So the fight that we're actually going to do on foot is also pretty difficult. I think we have 2 boosts going into that one. Maybe it's 3. We might actually have 3, which is pretty nice.
I think you have 2.
Yeah, we'll see. Anything more than 1 is very helpful. It's another one of those where, you got to get buffed real quick and try to take somebody out. This one we can't be blinded, so we don't have to worry about setting up for a combo that just doesn't happen until 5 minutes later in the fight. We do have a menu to do.
Excellent.
What are we learning here? We're getting down decks. We're getting memory for Junior.
Yeah. Filling out swords.
Aura coat. No, I think we're good on swords. And then we need quick for Momo. You want to talk about why we need some of that stuff?
Sure. We can talk about especially down decks. So you might have remembered from the Orgula fight the use of break sensors, which is the mechanical version of that, right? To blind the enemy, to make sure that they can't hit you as easily and that they can't evade as easily. Down decks is that, but for biological enemies and Gnosis as well. But there's no Gnosis bosses. Quick is like haste. Aura coat is just going to provide 25% damage reduction for aura.
So we were still on base skill points for Cosmos there, so we had to use an item to give her more skill points, so she had enough to learn what you do there, which was the little side quest in the menu there.
Proceed to eliminate the enemy threat.
Okay, so this is not the best formation. We want to see 2 of the ATSTs and 1 of the crab. Because these guys hit pretty hard and they take usually an extra hit to kill. But we also can be pincered here, which is almost unwinnable. Usually I'll just escape from that if I don't have 3 boost. So at least this is better than that. We still need Ether Spear on Momo. And we're ready to go. We'll at least kill the middle guy. Soften some of the incoming damage coming.
Eat this.
Save 1 stock on Cosmos here. Okay, so we were able to knock out 1 and build, basically recover the boost that we used already, which is a good start to this fight. And then we're gonna... The thing that's a little tougher about this fight is if you can kill the enemy in 3 Momo hits, you can generally buff... your buff will last to kill 2 enemies. These guys take an extra hit, so we'll have to make the decision between buffing again or just going with... Here, let's do this. I think this should be good. I think the extra hit from Cosmos gets us there. So, yeah, this will be Momo's last buff turn. Cool. So we got 2 of them on the same buff cycle, which is great. That's exactly what you want from this fight. Then we'll have to set up 1 more buff to finish it off. Go here. But yeah, I would say this for this pattern especially, this was a pretty ideal fight. I guess I shouldn't say that before the fight is over.
Okay, we'll coming in clutch with the guard.
Yeah. We don't care that much about boost coming out of this fight. We don't want it to be 0, but we can build it up in some easier fights that are coming up. We get some mech fights after this that are usually not that big a deal. I think we need 1 more. Trying to read the HP value. It's pretty nice that the game tells you the enemy's HP value. That's so helpful for the run because of the HP thresholds you want to avoid.
I can't even imagine
Yeah. Can you imagine having to calculate the HP of a boss?
No.
Yeah.
That's like 2 extra digits already, too. There's no way.
Oh, man. I just... Yeah, those Phantasy Star 4 final boss fights are really something.
The last boss of Phantasy Star 4 is like a normal enemy in this game, so...
Sure. Cancel Megid. Okay, so I didn't even see what the time was on that. That had to have been sub 3. That was a really good fight. Off to a good start here. So yeah, we have to we unlocked a door that our mech needs to go through, and then we're gonna unlock another one here. We got one enemy that we need to dodge twice. We got a trap one way, and then have to actually be good on the way back. These enemies, we don't fight any in this dungeon, but they look unassuming, but they are really mean.
They're very assuming.
Sure. Sure. I like the way the giant mechs stare at you as you walk across.
I mean, they know you're coming.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Just mad dogging you. Like, they're itching to fight you, not realizing that you're going to actually fight them in a mech. And it's going to go very badly for them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so...
But I thought it wasn't about the machine.
We'll find out. we'll have the final say in that for sure. So yeah, we're about to jump in the mech. We're going to use mostly Asher and Dina through this section. We won't have Zeb who can escape, but escape is not an option here. We have to fight our way through. Asher's Wings of Light in particular is extremely powerful on any of those mechs that don't have a sword. It should one-shot them. You can low roll and like you'll do 9560 out of 9600 damage or something, so we're going to kind of hope that doesn't happen. I didn't notice if we got the charge clean. I guess we'll find out right now. So we're about to put all of our good equipment on. We're going to take it off of Zeb and we're going to put it on Asher because he's the superstar of this little section. We got charge clean. That's excellent. So charge clean was a 50-50 drop from Vanderkam earlier in the run. What it does, if you stock, it removes any debuffs on you. And we saw in the third gauntlet fight, the one right before Margulis, that debuffs can have a really, really powerful impact. So the fact that we can just remove anything they put on is going to make these fights pretty trivial, honestly. So yeah, we got enough EC for Wings of Light. We have a pincer here, which is also going to help out a little bit. But yeah, this should do 9600 is what we're looking for. Yep, we got it.
Easy.
And then little back hit there. So yeah, this is kind of an ideal fight. But yeah, these guys can they can blind you as well, and you don't really have. Oh, I should have shot bustered. You don't really have a way of dealing with that. Okay, nice. I hope we hear the line.
I'm waiting.
Oh man, can you imagine if we don't?
We'll just have to substitute it ourselves.
Okay. That's good. Give the people what they want.
The people being mostly me.
Yo, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. But they can also put on heavy, which will pretty much like have the amount of damage we're able to output with Asher. So to be able to and they can also lock your ability to boost. So to be able to deal with all those with just by stalking, which is something we want to do anyway in this fight, is useful. So charge clean's a nice little random drop to get in the run. We still have 2 boosts. We want to build this up to 3. So
Boost
one of these
log classic.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's on that one. Fortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get boost in this fight either. One of these fights we might have to slow down a little bit to... Please don't blind the left one. All right, we're going to have to take an extra turn to clear it. Because missing on a Wings of Light is just pretty slow.
The good news is you get boost from... Sorry, you get charge from that.
Yeah. And then we can... Oh, I thought for sure Dina was going next there. All right, whatever. It's fine. I should have seen the moonlight.
Blade.
Yeah, I know. Just to show it off.
It probably has like a 20-minute animation.
Yeah, some of the 300s, like Arid is a pretty quick one, but there are some There were some really long ones.
Yes, that meteor blast, right?
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
used to use on inversion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, after we have one more of these like kind of trash mobs, I guess, and then we're gonna go through a very, very long room 3 times. We're gonna. If you like stairs, it's the room for you. We're gonna. We'll talk about it. It's fine. And then we have there used to be a boss fight at the end of this little mech section here, and we, and when I say we, I mean runner named Key found a way to skip it, which is pretty huge for the run, honestly. It was like a 3-minute fight when it went well, but it was also a pretty tough one. But just not having to menu for it, not having to get like certain equipments for it, it definitely probably took 5 minutes off the run on average. Nice dodge. I don't get to see that dodge animation very often. It would be this run of all runs that we don't get to hear the line.
Yeah, we didn't get the line.
Unbelievable.
You're going to have to do the honors, Fatso.
All right, fine. It's not about the machine. It's the pilot.
Thank you, Fatso.
Go. The enemies have a chance of saying something like that at the start of the fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Marathon luck, man. That's what they mean. Okay. Those ones went pretty well. So yeah, we're about to go through, like I said, dungeon design I think is one of this game's biggest misses. This is probably the 3rd dungeon I've talked about now where I really kind of don't exactly get what they were going for. I think, again, it has something to do with scale. We're going to go down this long flight of stairs. Basically, we're parking this mech on an elevator. But unfortunately, the elevator down is blocked by... no, it's not powered. So we have to go all the way down to the bottom to power it. And then we have to come back up to turn this console on to send the mech down. And then on the way down, we play like a decent little mini game, I guess. You see those little like bars? We have to time the locks to open up so that the mech can get all the way down. And like it's cool. Like for a first playthrough, it's honestly fine. But for a speedrun, this section is when combined with a room we're going to go through after the boss skip is just just a lot of walking. So yeah, if you have anything to read, I think now's a good time.
All right. Well, we do have a couple of fun donations here. We have from Dub237, $25 saying, fastatcc, my mentor. I am so ecstatic about you doing this speedrun for such a good cause. I will see you soon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I don't know if that's as terrifying as it sounds. I don't know.
Ominous.
They're going to see you.
And Nirm has come in with a $5 donation that says, good luck, Fasta. I notice you're not using the first item in your inventory often. I bet one of your co-commentators can assist you on the proper usage of item 1.
I believe so. We have an item 1 specialist here. Thank you, Nirm.
Well, when you reach the next difficulty of this game and you have to fight dragons, that's when you use item 1.
I'm so glad you killed Fatso once. That was well played, man. Thank you. It makes sense to 3 people, but it's so good though. Oh man. Okay, so. Oh man.
All right. So
okay, yeah. So we're starting the elevator.
We did all this work just to basically park our car.
Yeah. No valet. It's just manual service. So you can mistime this. We're gonna go down and operate this console to make sure that the mech can get through. If you do it too early, it'll close before it gets there and just bounce out. If you do it too late, you won't get to the next one in time. But not really a concern for us since we're gamers.
Lowercase, though.
Lowercase gamers,
yes.
Yeah. Haven't earned the capital G yet. And so then once we get the mech down to the bottom, we're going to use the mech. There should be a boss fight down there. There's going to be a big room that looks suspiciously like a boss arena. And we're going to skip it in a way that I I honestly don't know why it works. We're basically just gonna like pass the trigger by walking at an angle that the wasn't intended, I suppose. And somehow, if you go at that angle, the boss just doesn't spawn. But you have to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay.
I was just clearing my throat.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the movement in this game is a little weird. It's like, what is it, like 12 directional movement or something? 16 directional movement. That you're kind of locked to. It's not full analog, but you can get on an offset version of all of those angles if you like are holding the analog stick while the screen loads. And that's kind of what we're gonna do here. So like we're gonna go askew to the right a little bit here. And yeah, we beat the boss. Again, just nonsensical skip, but
you just walked through the room.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna love the next boss skip.
Yeah, there's another one that is even better. That one was it was pretty fun to route for it. So that one was found I don't even know 3 years ago. I don't think it would have been part of the 2020 run, so it's pretty cool. There's been new tech since then. But the fight there was interesting. It was just it could be a little inconsistent at times. I mean, we've seen sometimes that mech fights you just don't have a lot of control over how things go. So nice that we're able to skip it. The other boss fight that we skip has always been skipped. It's something that was kind of known. I don't even know how long, but it feels like as long as I've been reading about the game, or as long as there's been online guides, like the skip for this has kind of been known. The other one, the one that we just did, it was like rumors for years. I remember when Blue Metal was like, he looked at the notes for the Japanese Xenosaga 2 speedrun, which by the way is completely different than this, because there's a exclusive glitch to the Japanese version. But when he was looking at the notes, they mentioned something about an inversion skip, but not knowing how it happened or why it happened and not being able to recreate it. And I had never had it happen to me, but I had occasionally just running this game, you come across someone who's like, oh yeah, like I skipped this boss, and I heard it a couple times over the years where it's like, oh, this is definitely a thing, but just couldn't like figure out how to actually activate it. And eventually another Xenosaga 2 speedrunner figured that one out and got a consistent setup for it, and the rest is history on that one. We just talked through this room. I was trying to kill time. Yeah,
the actual worst room.
This is not a puzzle. I'm sorry. I have to campaign against puzzles like this in games where there's no fail state and it just takes up your time. I'm sorry.
Also, this mech can fly, but it can't get over these half walls.
It's best not to question it. Everything about that room is just...
That's a great puzzle. But at the end is only pain.
Oh, yes. This puzzle's great. I love that one. But yeah, it unlocks a secondary path for you where enemies will probably just one-shot you. There are some rewards in there, but yeah, your reward is it's almost certain death. Okay, so we have 5 dodges we're going to try to do with the mechs here. They're pretty difficult. If I can get away with just encountering one of them, I would be ecstatic. This guy, we'll wait for him to go a little bit. Oh, okay. I thought he was in the trap. Okay, so that's 2. That's good. The problem here is, like with a lot of the other mech dodges that we've seen, is just your mech is very slow. The hitboxes are wide. You have to lure them to like the absolute corner and then go at just the exact time where they stop paying attention to you. And plus, they're not always in the place you want them to be to begin with. So, that's not good enough. That might, but he might chase me down. These guys are out for blood. Okay. Tough one, almost.
That's why you put Zeb in.
Yeah. So we switch Zeb in here because Zeb can escape. There's no reason to fight these guys. We have no more mech boss fights, even if we needed the levels, which we don't. If there was another boss fight, we'd probably just skip it anyway. Seems to be the theme of the dungeon. I'm getting weird lag here that I didn't used to get. My disc is barely hanging in there. You can do it. And then this guy, we'd like to... ideally we want to pull him to the outside so that we have like the inner. Oh, these are tough. I'm sorry.
Okay, I believe in the squeeze.
Oh yeah, we'll get through. Probably.
Come on, hold together.
Hear me, baby. All right, we got it. And then this one, we kind of hope he goes. That should be good. We'll try to pull him to the outside a little bit. And then you kind of have to be like back here. Gonna be close. I think we got it.
Yeah, they're so fast.
Yeah, we're zooming away from there. All right. That concludes the mech portion of the game. We've got a boss skip here, and then the Space Pope. After that, we've got basically just a story final boss, and we're done. And then we'll have a donation incentive after the run. To fight a super boss with the menu glitch, we'll kind of show off the what this speedrun could have been had we decided to cheat. So, main concern here is we have 2 revives. We're going to try to keep our characters alive at all costs. If this one goes wrong, well, we'll see. I'm gonna not think that way.
You said smooth sailing, man.
Smooth sailing.
That's what it is.
Smooth sailing. Okay, so here's the boss skip. This also looks like a boss arena. You're not wrong. So we're gonna go forward. We're gonna go back and engage with the platform. We're gonna say no, and then the boss just doesn't load, which is amazing that that's in the game. Amazing.
love it.
Also, like, this is the North American version. Presumably, this was found out. This is, like I said, this has been known forever. But it still exists in the North American version of the game.
I wonder if they left it in as a joke.
Maybe. Helps me out. I'm for it. They were pro speedrunner way before it was cool. So, okay, we're gonna use quick on Junior because he's gonna need to spend 2 turns. He's gonna move behind Space Pope. And we want him to get extra turns to kind of catch up. Putting him in the middle and then moving him specifically. Space Pope has an AoE attack that if he targets the center will hit all 3. And in this way we don't need to worry about it. I'm gonna turn around first so he doesn't get back hit, and then we're gonna try to put down, because you can see he just did more than half of Momo's health. So we really want to blind him. Like, it's not gonna always miss, but it'll miss enough that we're not gonna spend all of our turns healing if we can get it to land. He cannot clear it in phase 1, so if we get it on, it's on for 5 of his turns. But it is only 50-50. Thankfully, we saved our Rejuvenator E all the way here. There was a couple times where I really thought I was going to have to use it.
I shall show you the way.
This feels like a Medica all situation, I think.
Mystic powers, grant me a miracle.
The M that you see on the turn window below is for the big Proto-Omega in the background, which, if Proto-Omega takes place or takes part in this combat, then we are hosed. It's silent for now, and we're gonna try to keep it that way.
Eat this.
It might have been a good turn to try to reapply down decks. Okay, so there's 2 phases of this fight. The first one, we're gonna try to do basically as much damage as we can, but we're going to intentionally try to leave him at a low amount of HP so we can get set up for the next phase. Because this phase is like relatively low risk. He still hits pretty hard, but he gains access to a lot of things that make the fight harder. This is attacker, isn't it? But yeah, he gains access to more skills, and the fight becomes just more and more challenging. So we'll try to keep him in the safer phase while we set up for the next combo. Can't really heal that right now. We gotta go. We just get a junior attacker, and then we're ready to start this combo. Perfect. BCBB. Unfortunately... So we want to be able to do more damage. We want the people later in the combo to be our heavy damage dealers. We kind of had to not do that there, just because we had Cosmos on the boost, so we just needed to do it. So we're going to be a little short on damage in this combo. We're going to do everything we can, get as much as we can. That's good. And then I'm going to check his HP after this and just kind of see where we're at. We want to leave him, you know, hopefully under 1,000. 2728 means go. Okay, he's like 900. That's fine. We'll leave it there. Another attack would have pushed him into the second phase. So his down dex is gone. Maybe I should have prioritized. With 2 revives, I should have prioritized reviving Momo there. We really do want to land down dex. Okay, we kind of caught a break there. But otherwise, we have time. Like we have 3. I guess you heal. We have our 3 boosts. We just need to regen stock, but we want to land the down dex just because 1, he can't clear it, but it'll just mean so much less healing while we try to set up phase 2. Okay, that's good. Misses are good. We're kind of low on ether points. We have that Rejuvenator E to just get everybody back to full. We'll try to time that when our hit points are low as well, so we kind of get more out of it.
I shall show you the way.
I pushed X a little too early. He was still recoiling from the animation. I don't think we're using it yet. Don't want to pull the ripcord too early on the Rejuvenator E, just because phase 2 can get a little out of hand. We want to be able to... Man, he is just not missing, is he? We'll heal with Junior.
Yeah, Junior's ether points looking scary.
Yeah. He'll be fine. Okay, so now our stock is done. We basically just need to push him into the next phase now.
Kind of sucks that you won't have down dex on.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll put down dex on. We'll just try to wait until he's a little lower.
I shall show you the way.
Okay, that's fine. Unlike Orgula, his debuffs actually do carry over into phase 2. He can clear it in phase 2, so we might just get there and immediately lose it, but... trying to think if I want to use an Ether Pack M. Theoretically, we should have a turn to burn here to put some ether points on Junior.
I cannot possibly lose to the likes of you.
I like the fake out. It says we did the first phase in 13 seconds, which I'm not sure if
Shion.
Yeah, and Shion was in there. That's how we know it's fake. There's no way Shion contributed to this.
Must have been on fast forward with Erde Kaiser Fury.
Yeah. Okay, I think we do this. I think we still want to save the Rejuvenator. So he can boost. He can cast Quick on himself, which again is basically haste. So he's taking some turns. He hasn't cleared his blind yet, which is good because he's still missing a bit.
It ran out.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. And I kind of want to just not reapply it here.
Do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is okay.
Scary.
A little bit. It'll be fine, probably.
Well, I mean, if Momo hits, you're good, right?
Okay, we're good. We just gotta make sure that we heal coming out of this. So this one, we're kind of trying to limit our damage a little bit. We didn't put Attacker on Cosmos. We just want to make sure we are close to 3 boost coming out of here. And we don't go below, 16,000 health, but we probably don't even want to cut it that close. 26, we can do 4 attacks here.
Bye-bye.
It's gonna probably put him in like the 18 range, which is fine. We can finish him off from there. Okay, don't kill Junior. Okay.
Big chill, dude.
He didn't. He shouldn't have been able to, but you never know.
So that's the Rejuvenator E that restores the
Yeah, so
entire
that
party's
we were.
health.
Oh shit! I should have down Dex there.
Ether.
We definitely want to put down Dex on now because this is as dangerous as he's gonna get in this fight unless we mess up. He has access to a couple more skills now. He can stop us from boosting. He can put that on somebody. We got some antidote H's to clear that if he puts it on. He can. That's fine. Probably the best person he could have targeted, right? The other two would have been turn canceled. He can also put a debuff on you where you take damage equal to the amount of damage you deal to him, which will kill anybody that tries to combo him, basically. So we have to clear that as well. This attack is the one we want to see, always. I think we've seen it like once this fight. But we're going to just definitely make sure that we set up enough that we don't leave him short. Because if we leave him short, we're dead. You'll hear Proto-Omega, strike down these heretics, and then you're dead. So we're going to not let that happen. All right. We're ready to go. I think we might need to try to reapply down Dex to be safe. Just because he can probably boost his way out of it right now. But after this try, I think I'm just going to start buffing for the final combo. It didn't look like it landed. You know what? Let's just make sure.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, no. What a punk. This is with Aura Coat that reduces ether damage, by the way. We still have the Medkit M, right? Let's use that.
Take this.
All right.
So basically, as soon as you get a break, you're going to be able to start.
Yeah, he cast Quick on himself, which made it a little tough. Like, when you're dealing with that during the buff phase, you're... so we do this. We're trying to... by the way, when we do this, we try to line up attacker and, like, the sword skill to line up, to hit at the same time, so you will have 4 turns of both. Okay, so this we have to clear if it lands. Sometimes this misses. That's unfortunate to happen at this point in the fight. I think. Oh man. I don't think we risk it. So we have to land down Dex anyway. So I thought that reapplied.
It did, but he took a lot of turns.
I guess so. That's our Space Pope. Okay, so we're gonna basically reset up here. We're in a pretty good space to do so, as long as he doesn't do anything bad. Only good things. Alright, we'll do that again. I think we might get 1 fewer turn from Junior, which actually is kind of a problem. The turn orders worked out a little weird here. Probably should have just... that's fine. It is what it is. There are so many decisions to make during these fights. We're probably going to have to use Momo a little bit more. No! After I finished boot... Please, please don't. Okay, This is rough, dude. This is rough. This is like the whole run right here. All right. At this point, we kind of just got to go for it. We at least got to build with Momo before emptying the stock of the other two, which is helpful. We need some crits here. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then these... Okay. And then these are back hits. These should be crits. I think we're good. All right, we're good on... That was really close. That was... Nobody else besides Momo had a buff turn, and she would have done like 400 damage per hit. So, jeez. Ooh, man. I just want one easy fight. Like Oh, thank you. Yeah, so that's the last last fight that you can die to in the speedrun. The last one's a story fight.
12 minutes.
Yeah,
in.
it's fine. It's fine. We beat
Hey,
it.
it wasn't 14.
I
dude.
know.
Yeah.
I was staring death in the face right there.
Completely incomprehensible.
I was just trying to do the mental calculation of like, how is the boost turn gonna work? Am I gonna have to empty with Cosmos or Junior early, and then like that probably won't be enough damage because we're basically 2 buff turns short there. But it all worked out. So yeah, there's it's a speed run, but sometimes in the middle of these fights, it's just like, okay, I have to do some analysis here because like it is still turn based, and the wrong move here. Hey, dock skip,
Let's go.
biggest piece of tech in the game. I have multiple PBs. I mean, you saw me go to second Milsha in this run, so I guess it shouldn't come as any surprise. But yeah, where I've gone to, because you go to the dock every other time. At the very end of the game, you need to go to the park. Okay, so we're going into a space-time anomaly to fight Albedo. Albedo is the final boss. He casts Safety Level on Junior, which will restore him at 1 HP if he dies. Probably seen that mechanic before if you're familiar with popular JRPGs. And so it's kind of the same thing here. But it actually, the speed tech for the fight is kind of interesting. Because the gimmick of the fight is Albedo just kind of wants you to fight. And if you're like too passive, he gets mad or bored, and then he'll like start attacking you. You get low on HP, he'll heal you, and if that happens, when you get to the end, you get him down to 0 HP. He'll just heal himself, and you get to do it all over again. So like you're like performing for him, and if you meet his exact specifications, then the fight will end. It's been kind of a ride trying to figure out how that mechanic actually works. I'm still not 100% sure. I've kind of worked out that if he heals you at any point in the fight will just continue. So you got to definitely stop that from happening. But if you disappoint him in a different way, basically you want to hit his breakstones every turn with Junior. But if you his breakstones also change every time you hit him, which is why we learn memory, because it'll actually tell us what the breakstones are. Yeah, so if you do that enough times where like he's not happy because you didn't hit his break zones, he seems to extend the fight anyway, and I can't really pinpoint exactly why that happens, but it seems to be the common denominator in fights that were extended that I didn't expect. So coming in with 2 boosts is a big help because that allows you to kind of manipulate turns and really to speed up this fight, we want to take 2 turns in a row whenever we can. So that we can like buff ourselves up and then do a big combo. So Albedo is just awesome. Crispin Freeman does a great job voicing him, which we're gonna see in the final fight. You haven't really been able to hear him much, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There was like a token. Ooh, that tingle.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Earlier.
That's true. Yeah. But he pretty much just delivers all of his lines like that, and it's extremely entertaining. But yeah, for character reasons as well, I enjoy about Albedo a lot. Really compelling villain. So here we go. Should be a 3 or 4 minute fight if nothing goes too upside down. We're gonna look at the event slot here. We want to build up stock. We have one coming in with first combo. He has boost. Yeah. So hopefully we get break bonuses. We have a 50-50 chance of getting them. First break zone is always B. What's that?
Got one already.
Yeah, we got one, so that's great. Here we're gonna get kind of started early here. We'll put this on. No break bonus there.
Come on.
But if this goes right, we'll be able to unload with attacker. And thank you, Vic. Break bonus here will be perfect. We'll have both buffs, and no, that's fine. But oh, no crit either. Okay, we got one crit. That's fine. We want to...
Feel your heart racing.
I hope he does the other one. I'm getting... Oh! I was supposed to get 2 turns in a row there. He decided that was not what was happening. The problem with that is I was trying to get back on the boost turn.
Give it to me.
I can't with this guy.
He's so good.
You gotta wait for that to finish
Yeah,
before you
yeah,
get
yeah.
your turn, by the way.
Okay, hopefully he gives me the turn here.
Come on. Give me more.
Or... Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Did you already forget how to rip someone apart?
Oh, this guy is so good. Okay, so... What are we gonna do here? Let's,
Come on. Give me more.
Because we don't want to get attacked again.
More.
I think we just put Aura Sword on and then just do a combo. It's gonna be a little on the slow side. So we'll do a crit combo with just the just Aura Sword and not both Aura Sword and Attacker.
Rising in my hand.
This track is so good, by the way. Here we go.
Eat this. Eat this. Eat this.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All right.
Give it to me.
We're getting towards the end of this fight. After this fight ends, there's going to be a victory screen, and then time is going to be at that point. After the final input on the victory screen. I think it's one more attack here. I'm hoping he doesn't
I can feel your
Doesn't
heart
heal me here.
racing.
or doesn't regenerate. He shouldn't.
Eat this.
Crit, crit.
Better?
I can still feel
Oh,
Let's
he's
just-
still got like.
Let's just. That's how the luck should end. 11 HP. Okay, fine.
Nice break bonus on the last shot of the game.
Okay, so this is proceeding as intended. So he tries to kill you, but you have safety level. I don't know. Albedo's motivations here are confusing. 21:57. Okay, good. And then time coming up. And time. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Great run. Like great speed run. I mean, I don't know if my run was great. Yeah, we have a donation incentive. We'll just get the ending cutscenes are amazing, but we're gonna just go ahead and straight into the donation incentive. So what we're gonna be doing here, I guess I could have soft reset it, huh?
Probably.
One more input mistake. So we're gonna do. We're going to show off the menu glitch, and then we're going to use that menu glitch to fight a super boss that is extremely, extremely difficult, but we're going to kind of trivialize it since both were met. But we're going to trivialize it in a way that's fun, in my opinion. So the menu glitch is, we talked about it earlier, but you can learn skills that you don't have skill points for, as long as you have some, like a neighboring person that has the skill points to teach it to you. It's a frame perfect input. You need to swap to that character the frame after you confirm to learn the skill. But then you can also learn skills that are unavailable, that like you haven't unlocked because you haven't done the side quest for it. And we're going to do that as well. So we're going to take Xion, who has been the punching bag for this whole run. She really just doesn't fit in this combat system at all. But it could be because she gets to learn Erdekaiser Fury, which is a pretty easy side quest to do. We need Ether Spear. Okay, so now she's out of skill points. We want to teach her a couple things in level 3. We want to learn EP half. So we're gonna take Jin here. So Jin has a bunch of skill points. He hasn't used them yet. So we're not even gonna use him, but we're gonna get to get up to level 3 here. So now we unlock this class, and here's EP half. Xion is right next to Jin in the menu. So if we learn this skill and push L1 the frame after, we confirm right here. No. I don't think we're gonna have enough skill points, are we? Okay, let's try that again. Sorry, it is a pretty difficult input. I did route out an entire run that is just filled with these glitches, and you have to do like 30 of these. So at times, for your speedrun to be efficient, you kind of have to be able to just like nail like 10 of these in a row. In this case, we're just going to do like 2 or 3. That's really the only one that we can't fail, I think, because we...
it costs so much.
Yeah, once Jin doesn't have the skill points to teach Xion anymore, then you're kind of stuck. So we'll just do this again real quick. Here. Okay, so again, we're gonna get Jin up to level 3. Honk.
That one's just for Papot.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't understand.
Again.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So you can do it from the skill or any adjacent skill.
Yeah. So in order to learn the skill that is the more difficult, is the unlock skill, you have to not only push L1, but like you have to do left and down, or down at the same time. Like you have to do a double frame perfect input. But basically, that's just pushing 2 buttons at the same time, 1 frame after you push another button.
Easy.
Yeah. It's fine. There's something about just like practice not translating into runs or marathon runs that has just been a thing. The important thing though is just like it's fun no matter what. Here we go. Okay, so we got an EP half. Now the next one we want to learn is this one here. So we want to learn this skill. This is a skill called Ether Burst. In order to unlock it, you need to pay off Captain Matthew's debt, which we talked about early in the run, which is basically that Orgula fight that we almost died in. You need to do like 20 phases of that fight and keep stealing from her. But we're going to try to... Okay. And we got it. Okay, so that's a question mark in the menu here because we haven't even unlocked it, but when you put it on, we have Ether Burst and EP half. So the Ether Burst, what it does is it's 50% more damage. It's supposed to be just ether damage, but I think it's bugged and it works on physical as well. We have to learn EP half because the Erde Kaiser Fury skill we're going to learn, the downside is it doubles the cost of your ether skills. So now it would cost 100 and she has 71 EP, so now we're able to afford it. The next thing we're going to do is we just got to get Chaos a skill and we should be good to go. And if we don't land it, that's also fine. We want him to have first combo for this fight, which we're going to do basically the same thing here. Okay, so he has first combo. He's got his swimsuit too, which is very important. Everybody equipped? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Okay, so the super boss, again, this is one of 3 NA only super bosses. This is, in my opinion, this is probably the hardest fight you can do on foot. There's one really difficult mech encounter as well. But those are not generally as interesting to fight. And so this one, if the menu glitch incentive was not met, you would see this guy in all his glory. He has like a million different attacks. He has like 6 different phases, and then he just starts nuking your party where he pretty much will one-shot the whole party at once if you let the fight go on long enough, which is kind of tough to... It's like a really fun super boss to fight. Like developing your own strategy for beating him is amazing, but yeah, we're gonna use Xion and this menu glitch to deal with him in a different way. Again, if this is a game that's interested you and you've kind of enjoyed seeing the fights that we've done, there are more like half again as many fights that you didn't see than the ones that we did in the run. And these fights are super fun if you're into the combat system. So, all right, so we're gonna set up a little combo. Again, we're gonna build the chain. The Erde Kaiser Fury skill that Xion has. it is non-elemental. So if we put Aura Sword on Xion, it will take on that property. This boss is weak to Aura and Slash. Oh, whoops. Weak to Aura and Slash, which the Erdekaiser skill that we have is a Slash skill.
All right.
It's kind of getting the business.
Yeah. This is the easy phase of the fight. Yep. Fine. So we're going to put Aura Sword on.
You're not gonna use
Erdekaiser Fury. No. Thank you for clarifying. Oh man. So we also let's just do Ether Spear now.
Very slowly.
Very slowly. Very slowly. Because if we cast Erdekaiser Fury, the other thing about it is it can only be cast once per battle. We will only need to use it once, but if we use it before we're ready, bad things. Okay, his weapon jammed, so he's about to go into a more dangerous phase, but we're gonna try to deal with him before that happens.
Sorry.
So we're just gonna build up the aura chain a little bit just to make this hit harder. We're doing this. Oh, I should have emptied. Whatever, it's fine. So we're gonna go now. And we're gonna do Erdekaiser Fury with a chain of 8. Like, I think usually this would be like 13. We'll see how much damage this deals. This guy has 55,000 HP. We get to see the the professor in the moon in the background. There's so much goofy stuff like that too. 89,000 damage. So. There it is. That's Phobos Rigas with the menu glitch. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I had a great time. I joke about the run. I had so much fun up here, and really glad that we were able to get through everything and show how cool this game can be and how difficult a speedrun it can be. Honestly, thank you Fatso and Big. Thanks for being here. Thanks RPG Limit Break. And then we got a Mario RPG remake coming up next. So yeah, thanks everybody.
And thank you very much, fastatcc. This has been an amazing run. There are a couple of last donations that I do want to make sure you hear before you get too far away. From Quiztacular, donated $50 to say, glad to see any Tetsuya Takahashi game getting some love, especially with my boy Bick on the couch. Good luck. And I think you use that luck well. We have $25 from Shaggy, thank you. And then we have an amazing $75 donation from Mimthid that says, appreciate the simple things in life. Be open to new experiences. Look up at the night sky and wonder. Smile often to spread happiness. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of my hosting shift. I'm going to be handing it off to the wonderful RP Priya, who will take you through the next run of Indivisible. In the meantime, please stick around. There's some more great runs happening. We're going to run some ads real quick, and when you come back, we'll have a new host as we're getting set up for the next run. Thank you.
Welcome back from RPG Limit Break. Welcome back to RPG Limit Break. My name is RP Priya. Thanks to the previous host, Ashen Prime, who's an amazing person and big reason the event gets set up and running. Xenosaga, what a throwback, eh? I think me and my brother played it back in the day and both got stuck on it. First one. I'll be the host for the next run, Indivisible Any Percent by Norimaki SR. And it looks like the incentives for on the hat has been met. Sorry about that. You should be able to hear me better now. If you didn't hear me before, my name is RP Priya, and we'll be hosting Indivisible Any Percent by Norimaki SR. We have a donation from Malo number 8624 for $10. Don't know if they meant to donate for the Super Mario RPG remake run. I know that's the name of a character. Because Indivisil's first and then Super Mario RPG. As we are getting set up for the next run, I'd like to remind everyone that we are raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The National Alliance on Mental Illness serves as a preeminent resource for people searching for life-changing guidance, information, and support as they navigate their mental health conditions. Their website alone, which is NAMI.org, serves over 12 million unique visitors annually.